Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals and the media may also be audibly or visually recording this meeting. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Through you, Madam Chairman, yes, there are quite a few. Added as item 4.4, a delegation request by Brian Williams respecting the use of an HSR bus for the McMaster University engineering students bus pool to raise funds for the Canadian Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. That's for today's meeting. Added as item 4.5, a delegation request from Kathy Druitt and Susie Braithwaite, I believe, of the Downtown Hamilton BIA and the International Village BIA respecting the impacts of LRT in downtown Hamilton. That's also for today's meeting. Added as item 4.6, a delegation request by Donna Backer of the Realtors Association of Hamilton Burlington respecting their support for the B-Line LRT project for today's meeting. Added as item 4.7, a delegation request submitted by Chris Higgins, McMaster Institute for Transportation and Logistics, respecting support for the implementation of LRT in Hamilton and insight into relevant new MITL research. That is as well for today's meeting. Item 8.2, the Non-Union Compensation Committee report from August the 6th has been moved to item 12.3 on today's agenda. Item 8.12, a full revised copy of item 8.12 is before you on yellow. Added as item 8.13, report FCF 15001 respecting councillors' remuneration, continuation of one-third tax allowance. That was referred by the Non-Union Compensation Subcommittee at its meeting of August 6th. Added is item 10.1, a notice of motion respecting the formal provincial consultation process on possible amendments to the Conservation Authorities Act and relevant policy. This notice of motion was changed on Sunday, so the copy that is in your stapled package is no longer, and there is a new version that is item 10.1 separate, which is before you. Added is item 10.2, a notice of motion respecting a waiver of city facility rental fees for the 2016 Winterfest. Added is item 11.2, correspondence from Herman Turkster respecting item 9.1, Councillor Farr's motion regarding the reopening of the partial street closure at Bay and Burlington Streets. And item 12.3, the non-union compensation report, just for everybody's clarification. The actual subcommittee report is public and is online. However, item 2 of that report, which is report HUR 15007, the non-union management and exempt group compensation, is in closed session pursuant to section 8.1 subsection D of the city's procedural bylaw and the Municipal Act.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And for today's delegations, these are 5-minute time limits, correct?
Madam Chairman, that is correct.
Thank you. May I please have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Jackson, all those in favor? Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting on July the 6th, 2015. May I have a motion to approve those, please? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Marula, all those in favor? Thank you. Delegation requests. 4.1, Herb Shields, Manager of Government Relations at Enbridge Pipelines, respecting Enbridge Line 10 upgrades for an upcoming GIC. What is the committee's wish? Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Any opposed? Sorry, thank you. It's carried. 4.2, Wayne Terryberry, Hamilton Burlington Trails Council, respecting a proposal for the regional multi-use greenway to complement LRT infrastructure and enhance Hamilton's active transportation network for GIC, September 16th. Move it from the Mayor and seconded by Councillor Duval. All those in favor? All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Loomis, President of the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, respecting implementation of the B-Line Light Rail Transit Project. This is for today's meeting, 4.3. Thank you. Councillor Farr, Councillor Johnson, all those in favor? Thank you. Delegation request submitted by Brian D. Williams respecting the use of the HSR bus for the McMaster University Engineering Students bus poll to raise funds for the Canadian Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. This is for today's meeting. Councillor Duval, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Thank you. 4.5, delegation request submitted by Kathy Druitt and Susie Braithwaite. Thank you, Braithwaite. So moved. Councillor Farr, Councillor Partridge, all those in favor? Thank you. 4.6, this is Donna Batcher of the Realtors. This is for today's meeting. Thank you, Councillor Farr, Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Thank you. 4.7, delegation request submitted by Chris Higgins, McMaster Institute for Transportation. Councillor Conley, Councillor Johnson, all those in favor? Thank you. We're now into consent items. Members of committee, you have before you consent items 5.1 to 5.7. May I have a motion to receive items 5.1 and 5.2? Thank you. Mr. Mayor, on 5.1.
So, Madam Chair, on 5.1, there's a report, and this is relating to regulating guns and ammunition in our community.
Thank you.
Fully understanding the gist of the report, but the report also identifies that there are things that the city can do to tighten up its bylaw, make some amendments that would improve the regulation of firearms and the discharge of firearms. And all I request is that we direct our staff to bring back a report on those amendments so that we can review them here and make a judgment as to whether we want to improve the bylaws as the legal staff is actually recommending. So my request is simply to refer this to the city staff to propose upcoming amendments and bring that back to council.
So this is direction to staff to review and bring back to council. GIC, sorry. Okay, Councillor Ferguson on that?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the mayor for trying to find a solution to this difficult.
Sorry.
Or yesterday afternoon, and so they seem to be more brazen out there, and it may be the same individuals that are involved in these things. My only question about the referral, and it is a federal responsibility, and there is criminal charges if you're caught carrying a handgun that's loaded. My only question is to ask staff to give consideration also to the Conservation Authority who permit the Aboriginal community through treaty rights to do hunting inside the area that I think staff are directing. So just give consideration to that to make sure it meets those treaty rights that have been studied to death, and the Conservation Authority has an arrangements with the Six Nations.
And conversely, in the rural areas as well. Councillor Pearson. I'm sorry? Oh, sorry. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Madam Chair, rather than refer the report back, I would just suggest, because it's an information report, you receive the report and provide the same direction to staff.
Direction. Okay, so that's, and the mayor's fine with that? Yep. And Councillor Marula is seconding that, so Councillor.
I did want to speak, but I knew Stephanie had wanted to.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Pearson.
So yes, I certainly support this, and I understand. I know we had local bylaws. In Stony Creek, we had bylaws with regards to the discharge of firearms in the urban area. And I think one of the things that was suggested is that we look at and redefine the mapping. So just as you said, Madam Chair, as far as the rural areas, is that we have to look at the mapping and clarify that. So I'm certainly very supportive of it.
And I know there is a map. Really? All right. Thank you. We all heard that? Thank you. Councillor Merlin.
Just point of clarification. I think when we're dealing with rural kinds of rifles for hunting purposes and not handguns, you have to make that distinction that it's not about rifles and hunting, it's about that they're concealed.
Right. But I like the direction that the mayor has taken, so if we can just confirm your direction, please.
Yeah, and if I could just add, and the direction is to have them report back on the amendments that they're suggesting, which is about mapping and clearly whatever we can do to improve the bylaw in terms of the discharge of handguns or the use of or ownership of handguns in our community. Understanding this federal law, now having said that, there was a recent another sad instance where we've had some goofs in our community standing on the street shooting at one another, and God forbid. I mean, I think we'd have a different attitude and a different approach if someone were to be hit by a stray bullet, which is a very high likelihood if this kind of gunplay continues in our community. Now, I know the police are doing everything they can to catch the perpetrators. My issue is, hopefully we're doing everything we can to ensure that our bylaws are strict enough that we at least can be a part of helping prevent this kind of thing from happening. So that's the only thrust. I want to relay to the kind of community folks down in that area that, we all, I think, would echo great dismay with what they have to go through sitting on their front lawn in the middle of the afternoon and watching, bullets zip by their families and their houses and their home and their property. So I think that requires a response. I don't know what the ultimate answer is, but certainly tightening up our own bylaws is part of that.
And I'm seeing a flurry of nods of heads here. So, Councillor Farr?
Earlier this morning, following the story in The Spectator, I had a tweet asked simply, what can we do? And this is one response. This is something I would support in terms of what we can do as a council. Whatever we can do is the answer, but the question deserves, obviously, attention at so many different levels. I heard then on the way in the Hamilton Police Services on Kelly with a very good interview that answered whatever questions they could, had me feeling a sense of relief for those constituents on the west side of Wentworth, but also the east. I'm sure I speak for Councillor Green as well, as it happened on the boundary of the ward, that they're doing all that they can do. They emphasized that there are members of the public that may know who we're dealing with here, and if so, they emphasized the need to come forward as they have in the past. But it's a question that can't be answered clearly in 140 characters. Tried my very best for that one tweet this morning, but all of us, if we can do something, should try, and this is, in our venue, at least an attempt. And I appreciate what's come of the first question in committee when we dealt with this on Main Street not long ago. And obviously it's evolving, and we're continuing to do what we can do as a council, and I'll always support that. And I feel for those residents who are starting to really question what's happening in that community, and certainly have faith that HPS and anyone else who feels that they can insert themselves in helping us solve this problem, whether it's hyper-locally, locally, or globally, will do so. So I'm supportive. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Marula to receive 5.1, and then I'm going to go to the clerk for just public record. You understand the direction, or would you like it to be reworded?
No, I understand the direction.
Okay, can you read it out for us, please, so that for the public record?
I don't have it written out, but that staff be directed to report back on the proposed amendments that are within the report, as well that they consider the mapping and that the conservation authorities permit hunting for the Aboriginal community under the treaty rights.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you're good with that? That's your motion? The mayor has moved the motion. Councillor Marula is seconding it. All those in favor? Thank you. We're on to 5.2. Members of committee, you have before, I need receive 5.2, please. Moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Connolly. All those in favor? Thank you. And now we're moving on to 5.3. We're going to do them all. 5.3 to 5.7. We're going to move them all in its entirety. Councillor Partridge and Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Thank you. Now we're on to 6. No, we're not. Public hearings. Mr. Loomis, President and CEO of Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. Respecting implementation of the B-Line light rail transit, I would like to call must be that side of the room. Got all yours turned off, right? So it's just this side. These guys have them all turned off?
Good morning.
Loomis, just as you heard at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to really stick with the 5-minute rule today, given the amount in our agenda.
I intend to.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you so much for having me today on behalf of Hamilton's oldest institution and our 1,050 members that employ over 75,000 people in our community. I thank you for the opportunity to address you today on this very important day in advance of a very important staff report on LRT being delivered. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of the mandate of the Chamber LRT Task Force. As you know, we have a task force that has been in existence since 2012, comprising a lot of key stakeholders within the community. The mandate of that task force was to assess Hamilton's LRT project from a business perspective, to engage Chamber members and the business community to provide input to the LRT project, and to assess the development options along the LRT corridor. In the first couple of years, our activities revolved around the assessment of the available evidence and informed by the work of McMaster Institute of Transportation Logistics, North American Light Rail Experience, and City staff's Rapid Ready Report. We as a committee unanimously agreed that there is a very sound business case behind LRT, and in the last couple of years we focused our activities mostly on helping with the lobbying efforts vis-a-vis Queen's Park, assuring all the key people within Queen's Park, ministers, MPPs, and the Premier, that the Hamilton business community is firmly in support of this project. The question now is whether this task force should continue forward, and if so, in what capacity, and does it make sense to have parallel efforts along with the committee that's being proposed today by staff. So here is the composition of the LRT task force. As you know as well, city councillors joined in a couple of years ago. We have all the key stakeholders. This is a who's list of all the key stakeholders in this community. And the question is now, as far as I'm concerned, how do we continue to engage these important voices going forward? So the real reason, the key reason why I'm here today is that I've been authorized by my board and the membership of the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce to pledge to you the following. We know that there's a lot of heavy lifting to do. There are a lot of things that we need to do to make sure that we maintain the schedule as it currently exists. And so first and foremost, I think the most important thing during this whole process is to have good leadership, and we will help provide that leadership and help mobilize the rest of the leadership community, both the private sector, the not-for-profit sector, and within the anchor institutions as well, in support of your efforts to get this LRT built and by 2024. We also know that there is going to be a considerable amount of impact to the business community in Hamilton. There are 25,000 people that work downtown, and we know that all of them are going to be impacted at one point or another during this project. And so we would like to offer our services to be to coordinate the communications with the downtown business community, as well to communicate with and to work to mitigate the impacts to the business community along the corridor of the project. And then the final thing that we're willing to commit to this on this day is to help ensure that we do everything to maximize the economic impact uplift associated with this project. It's the whole reason why we are in support of this project. And so we know that we have to do a number of things right from here on out in order to do so. This is about more than just laying track. This is about completely transforming an underperforming urban environment and transit system into a city that lives up to the potential that everyone sees when they discover Hamilton. From page 29 of the Rapid Ready Report, we know that items A, B, C, and D were used to justify the March 6, 2015 10-year local transit strategy, but given a little less coverage was the other elements on that page, which have to do with complete streets, walking and cycling, and zoning and intensification. All of these things need to be considered as we look to maximize the economic uplift associated with this. As I mentioned, the MITL report, the North American Light Rail Experience, also helped inform the committee, the task force, and this is pulled from page 13 of the executive summary. And as we can see, there are a number of other things that we need to do to focus on to ensure that we get the most value for the tremendous investment that we're going to be receiving in this community. And so, to that end, I just wanted to provide a preview of a report that has been soft launched in June, and I would like to have the opportunity to come back to you with MITL and with city staff that were key contributors to this report to talk about shaping Hamilton with complete streets. That report is finished, and I hope to do so by September to be here again to talk about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Keenan. It's under 5 minutes. I really appreciate that. Councillor Farr and Councillor Ferguson have some questions for you. Councillor Farr?
Great, thank you. And good to close with that slide. I know I went to one of the seminars recently, or not so recently, at the library at Keenan. It was a good workshop, but it's funny to reflect on where the Chamber has come over time, and especially under your leadership, where we see the economic opportunities when we talk about things like complete streets, which do include the movement of goods, and certainly part of your conversation, as well as what value a complete street brings economically to any area of our city. So keep up the good work there. On your slide that talks about the composition of the LRT task force, through you, Chair, specifically page 7 of 16, I think it is, in our report today, which I'm sure you looked at, Keenan. We are looking today to deliberate on or debate or approve, hopefully, the LRT office and a staff member dedicated to communications and community outreach. The Chamber, along with our BIAs and others who are along the route, are often referenced throughout this report today that's before us. But specifically, if we want to add the staff member that we are looking to dedicate towards communications and community outreach to your list of people that sit around the task force. I'm one of those proud members, one of the 3 councillors referenced at the top. I could do that. We could do that formally at our next LRT task force meeting, or perhaps here today. Friendly direction is probably all that's required to make certain that that dedicated staff member attends these meetings regularly. You good with that?
I'm great with that. Yes, thank you.
And I have a general question. Since the announcement, I mean, it was a big day for both of us there at McMaster University, and certainly your ear to the ground, and some of the things maybe you could share with us that you've heard from the business community, members or not, since the announcement, the $1.2 billion announcement from the province, just to close.
Well, I think everybody is excited. I have not heard one voice of disapproval at all through this entire process, even as we have advocated for LRT over the last couple of years, even leading up to the actual announcement. So there wasn't one member of the Chamber that resigned because of our support for LRT. So there's been a lot of support from the business community and the community of leadership as well. And I think now everybody's just starting to realize, oh wow, we have still a lot of work left to do. Nobody's dancing in the end zone yet, and we just want to make sure that we provide as much help as possible to the city and to you as council to make sure that we get this done. And that's what we're going to be doing.
Councillor Farr? Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chairman. And thanks for your presentation today. And you know, I'm council members on the task force. But the shift now is going away from that. We got to make a decision whether we wrap it up now that the shift has question to you, would you prefer that the Chamber have a seat on the task force subcommittee, or would you prefer that this committee?
Well, as I said, I don't know if it makes sense to have parallel efforts. I think that we should all be working together. It depends to me on whether council is willing to receive many of these key stakeholders and as not voting members of the committee, but certainly as key contributors to the task force. And I think if that's the case, then there really isn't a reason to keep the LRT task force alive. That mandate needs to be in many ways cleaned up, and there's a lot of things that no longer pertain. But I think if we were to look at some of the elements of what we pledged today in terms of communicating with and mitigating the impacts to the downtown business community and then the community along King Street, I think that there's perhaps a task force waiting to be struck there within the chamber that then feeds into this broader subcommittee.
Well, I think it's pretty unlikely that the task force would permit, looks like about 22 members from the chamber. It might accept one. That we'll find out later today when we debate that. So if you had your choice between running your own committee or having maybe yourself sit on the task force, what would be your option?
I think we're all better together. I do think that there's McMaster, the BIAs, the Realtors Association. I think there are key stakeholders that I would ask you to embrace on the subcommittee. HHS is here as well. They're a key anchor institution that is going to be impacted by this project. So I think that instead of seeing those as additional voices that might muddy the waters, I think I would invite council to see these as aids in getting this project done.
There's no
Councillor?
question consultation would have to happen with Master because that's the western end.
Right.
We'd have to loop.
Right.
Jenny can't get a task force bigger than 10 becomes bogs it down too much. So I'm hearing you say that you think it's better to have a rep from the chamber on the committee and then maybe one or two others. And McMaster's probably the perfect one to pick because that's the chamber's preference.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and thank you for all your good work, Keenan, and all of the members on this great group that kind of kept the LRT issue front and center in our broader community. It was a great effort and certainly very, very helpful. I just want to refer you, and I think there's no question that we want members of this group to continue to participate. And I looked to the terms of reference in Appendix A, which actually sets out the composition of the committee politically, and then also mentions key stakeholders being asked to attend as advisors to the subcommittee, which I think we've done the same kind of thing on the Open for Business, which I think is particularly good. And this is not a limited group, but contemplates chambers of commerce, some BIAs, Hamilton Builders Association, the Realtors, and potentially other institutional partners like McMaster and Hamilton Health Sciences. So it seems to me that we're already on the path of kind of reforming, what was a task force to keep LRT alive to a task force towards implementation. So does that make sense to you in terms of how we're structuring?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of whether, as a non-voting member, we're just being paid lip service to, or if we're actually being welcomed to the table and provided, key input throughout the process. To me, that's what makes the difference.
Yeah, and I completely agree, and I think the intent is to have all of those members be active participants. I mean, when it gets to voting issues, in terms of implementation, it gets rather awkward to have 23 people, voting on issues with different perspectives potentially. But I think the intent is to have everybody at the table being a key participant in the dialogue that we need to have to get this thing going. And I quite agree with you. I mean, the danger and the worry is that too many people are in the end zone already, and we've got a long way to go. So the best way to do that is collaboratively and with all of the stakeholders. And I think when we meet, I think we should set out that the members that are asked to be advisors are participants, not just spectators.
Right.
Thank you.
So I think that's your point, and I think that's pretty clear in the intent here, and I think we'll certainly make that clear at our inaugural meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions? Thank you. Pardon?
On the
Excuse me. Sorry. You want to ask questions?
yeah,
Okay.
and I agree with everything that Fred the mayor suggested. Again, very difficult to have votes for 25 people, and I think there might be conflicts of interest if you take a look at this more directly when you start giving votes to people that have a direct or indirect benefit, which concerns me as well. But we need everyone around the table to provide good substance substantive input into the process. What I don't see here is there's a broader group that's impacted depending on the implications on congestion on the streets in the lower city. And that impacts people well beyond the corridor that we're trying to reflect in this representation. Whether it's the Stony Creek Chamber of Commerce, it should be considered as well as at the table, and certainly businesses that represent the mountain, medical on the mountain. There's a lot of people commuting to appointments every day. They're impacted by, may be impacted by the congestion that this may create. So I would hope that we ensure that we're not focusing on organizations that are got a primary focus on the corridor, but this issue really is a citywide issue, and we should ensure that we represent people beyond that corridor interest. So I was just looking for your comments on that.
Well, I agree with that. These are all, I believe, members of the chamber. And so, you know, and they've been on our task force because, yeah, they do have a direct and indirect interest in this. As far as other citizen groups, I welcome, you know, your inputs on who should be at the table. Yeah.
Councillor, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Loomis, for coming today. Can I have a motion, please, to receive the presentation? Mr. Mayor, Councillor Connolly, all those in favor? All those in favor? Thank you. 6.2, Brian D. Williams, respecting the use of an HSR bus for the McMaster University Engineering Students Bus Poll to raise funds for the Canadian Cystic Fibrosis. Come on down. I like the D. Brian D. Williams. I love it. Good man to do business.
Kind of lost my voice. So.
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Deputy, Mr. Mayor, council members. Sorry about my voice. I got a little sick over the weekend, so it's perfect for presenting. So to start, I come to you as a student at McMaster University, a member of the McMaster Engineering Welcome Week Planning Committee. I've been a part of this for 2 years now, as well as a Welcome Week rep for an additional year past that. In all of my time at McMaster University, of many events we organize each year for Welcome Week, one of my favorite ones is Bus Bowl. It's a tradition that we've held for over 20 years. It's something that I hold a lot of pride with. If I sit down and think about Bus Bowl, the three things that come to mind are tradition, community, and charity. To give a quick overview of those of you that might not be familiar with the event, we basically start off at McMaster campus, we come downtown, we start and we begin at City Hall. We get a presentation. We usually have the mayor attend. We have someone from our alumni come in and present and talk about their past experience with the event. And we also have the Dow family or a representative of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation to speak on our behalf and talk about the benefits of fundraising for this organization and how it impacts people. And then we continue to have our first year students pull the bus the first round, and then our reps join in and we all help together in fundraising for the event. Annually, we produce around an average of $1,500 in fundraising for the foundation, and so over 20 plus years that number starts to build up. And it's a tradition that we would like to continue. And the reason I'm speaking to you now is that to us, yes, it's called Bus Poll, but the HSR has been a part of it for those past 20 years. You have become an icon of our event, and it's something that we truly like to continue. And you also become a symbol to us and the new students coming here as a representation of the giving nature of the city of Hamilton and your commitment to the community and having a positive impact. And so for us, going in each year that we continue to run this event, there is an increase in costs. On average, around 5% for the booking of our police escort as well as the booking of the street. We understand there's a cost associated with those things, but running an event that's supposed to cater to 1,200 students for a week long, our budget is not massive. We have enough to try and cater to people, but every additional expense makes it more difficult for us to run it. And so this year, we were no longer offered a bus for Welcome Week. Instead, we were asked to pay for the rental of the driver. Generally, it's from 10:30 to 2:30, around 3 hours. And unfortunately, this expense is something that with what we have running, we would have to look to other sources to try and get a donation. We reach out to McMaster or other bus companies in the area, but we would truly love to continue this tradition of having McMaster and McMaster Engineering and the City of Hamilton working together at this event. We like the the attachment it creates with students. It's one of their first exposures to the city of Hamilton when they come here. It's been in the time that I've been here as a student. I've, every year getting my first exposure to downtown Hamilton and just creating that connection right from the start with this community that has, for me, become a home, and for many other students it has done the same. So I hope that I am able to at least convince you that it is a worthwhile investment on your part, and that this is a tradition that we might be able to continue for the next 20 years.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the presenter? Councillor Aidan Johnson.
Thanks very much. As the councillor for the McMaster area, I just wanted to say thank you so much for bringing your thoughts, and I'm happy to chat with you going forward.
Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
So thanks for that great presentation. Your voice is not so bad. Would you party all weekend? Or?
No, I got very sick on Sunday. My girlfriend, I think, had it prior to me, and then
okay. So stay far away. Stay where you're. And thank you for your great effort. I think so. My question to you is, what's the cost of the bus? What are we talking about?
So this year it was $350, and so as of right now, with the other expenses, the police escort as well as booking the street, our expenses already exceed $1,500. And so now we're exceeding our average annual fundraising for the event, and we care about this, and it's understandable that we're going to make this investment. We're not trying to make profit, we're trying to fundraise for them, but the more strenuous it becomes for us to run it. And this year on top of it, our reading week has been added first term, so that we've been pushed back so there's no conflict with academics, so we expect an even larger turnout of students, which means a larger expense for food, because that money doesn't even account for us feeding our students at halftime and everything like that. So.
No question, you're in good voice. Hang on a sec. So to our staff, what is there a reason why we're charging this year as opposed to the other 20 years where we didn't charge? I mean, it seems like a reasonable donation for us to make for Fresh Week.
Davis.
So through the chair, again, with the constraints and like other organizations, there's fees involved. So we brought it forward. If council directs us to donate it, we'll do so. But again, it's a budget issue as always. I know it's not a significant amount of money, but we get a number of these throughout the year, and the other agencies are charging. The police don't waive their fees, and the other ones. So we put it forward. If we're directed, we'll definitely do it, but we just want council to be aware because we get a number of these throughout the year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor?
So I mean, I'd be happy to move that we, at least in this, on a one-off basis, we'll see what happens next year, that we provide the bus for free once again to help our incoming McMastery students appreciate Fresh Week and raise some money for our community.
Thank you.
If I have a second for that, I'll be happy.
Councillor Johnson is seconding that. So is that everything, Mr. Mayor?
That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and welcome.
Thank you.
Good presentation, and I love the community spirit that's always around the bus and the activity of pulling it. My question, through you, Madam Chair, have you approached the Student Association to cover any of these costs? We
already receive a significant amount of funding for it, like that funding that assists with us paying for the police escort and the roadway and everything like that. So we have the McMaster Engineering Society assists with us. We have a certain budget allocated to the event, as well as the McMaster Faculty of Engineering assists us. And those would be the main sources, and then any other funding that we've received has specifically been given to us to target fundraising directly. So it's to run additional events with our first-year students to do with cystic fibrosis fundraising.
Okay, thank you very much.
No
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, may I have a motion, please, first to receive the presentation? Councillor Johnson and Mr. Mayor, all those in favor? Thank you. David?
No, sorry, I just wanted to quickly ask, so just to clarify.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, just to clarify, so the donation of the bus with that, what would the specific time frame? Is it 10:30 to 2:30, or would you be able to extend it time? What would be working?
Okay, well, I'm going to look to the motion,
Okay.
the remover of the motion first,
Just so,
before we
yeah.
make that determination. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. In the past, it's been 10:30 to 2:30. Okay.
So we have the $350, correct? 10:30 to 2:30. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
All those in favor of receiving the presentation? Thank you. And moved by Mr. Mayor and seconded by Councillor Pearson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Johnson. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Clerk. That the $350 is waived in this situation, correct, Mr. Mayor? And the funds would be coming, do we need to understand where okay, so Mr. Davis is not telling us we don't need to know where the funds are coming from. He's whipping out his checkbook as we talk. So all those in favor of $350, please? Okay, thank you. Thank you, David, or Brian, sorry.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Brian D. Williams, love that name. 6.3, Kathy Druitt and Susie, come on down. This is at the Downtown BIA. I believe Kathy Druitt is affiliated with that, as she's the executive director, and Susie is the executive director of the International Village BIA, and this is respecting the impacts of the LRT in the downtown Hamilton. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Do you have any PowerPoint to put on right
No, we don't.
Okay, so can we just...
We're going to be very brief, and we thought we would share the podium today because we know that your time frame is short.
Thank you.
My name is Kathy Druitt. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Hamilton Business Improvement Area. This organization was established in 1982 and represents 25 square blocks of downtown Hamilton, 170 property owners, and 410 businesses. It runs from King Street East between Mary and James, and King Street West between James and McNabb, James Street North between King and York, Main Street East and West between McNabb and Catherine, Hunter Street and McNabb Street. So all of these streets are going to be impacted by LRT.
Good morning. I'm Susie Braithwaite, the Executive Director of International Village BIA. International Village runs from West Avenue to Mary Street, taking in Main Street East, King Street East, and King William in downtown Hamilton. We have 104 property owners, 131 businesses. Throughout the LRT process, Kathy and I have been representatives that sat on the LRT Citizen Advisory Committee until its end. Both BIA consulted BIA members about the specifics of the LRT plans for Rapid Ready report that went to the province. Both BIAs have supportive boards of management members who see the bigger picture of LRT in Hamilton, however, are concerned about the immediate impacts of construction, traffic congestion, deliveries, and customer access, etc. Both BIAs will be investigating best practices to help our members during the long construction projects. My board has always been positive about the future of LRT and has been very vocal about that. However, we are extremely concerned about the future of the businesses during construction of LRT. Because our BIA narrows to only 2 lanes from Wellington to Mary Street, we're extremely worried about how construction will affect not only the livelihood of our businesses, but also our streetscape. The bump outs were put in years ago and they look awesome, and the trees and landscape are important to the feel of our BIA, so we're concerned about how that will be affected. The discussion of closing off vehicular traffic between Walnut and Mary also needs to be addressed through consultation with those long-standing businesses in that stretch to see if they would be able to survive with a pedestrian-only space. We need to make sure that the businesses' voices are heard throughout this process and that the BIA is on the forefront of all communications from here on out, as our stretch of the LRT plan is quite possibly the most complicated in International Village.
So my board also is very supportive, but we also were very concerned when we read the report that's before you today about any interim control measures that might be implemented. We hope that that will not delay or determine any construction of new projects that are happening in downtown core. We are in a very fragile state at this point, and many projects are moving forward within the next year or so, so that we hope that those will continue to move forward as development in downtown happens. Both BIAs wish to be at the table to help mitigate LRT construction impacts and facilitate communication strategies for LRT implementation before going forward. We thank Mr. Murray for including us in the report as key stakeholders on the LRT committee, and that we look forward to participating in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. And Councillor Farr has a question.
It was addressed, and I just wanted to say I appreciate it. I think they both knew coming here, both Susie and Kathy, that as it even indicates in the report, we are looking forward to not only today's input and engagement from you both, representing over close to 600 businesses, but as we move forward. Today's a significant day. We just get the ball rolling, but as you see throughout the report, we reference the BIAs, not just yours, and other leaders in the business community. I personally have said it on record a few times now. It will be invaluable to us as we proceed. So you've already addressed the question during your delegation. So I'll thank you for being here, and I'll receive the two presenters at the appropriate time. And I'll also note that, as to Kathy's point about interim control measures and any concerns she may have, she knows she can always engage with me on the side, but I'll certainly bring that up at the appropriate time in today's meeting when we get to the report, and hopefully reassure Kathy to that end as well. I don't think anybody around this table, or certainly around your BIA, wants to stall any of the current growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duvall, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to our guests for coming and showing your concerns, because I just want to say, from the experience I have on Concession Street, it's so important that the BIAs be involved in this construction period and support decisions that it will be made, and make that public to the actual business owners, because some business owners feel, even though they're going to be happy the street is going to be done and all that stuff is going to happen, they really don't start feeling the pain until the construction happens in front of their store. And then you're going to it's just cycling all over again. You're going to hear their complaints that it's killing me, it's hurting. So good planning has to be done. I know we've done that on concession, but there's going to be safety measures put in place, not only for the pedestrians on there, but for the actual workers. So sometimes total street closures are going to happen, and the store owners are not going to like that. And they will be pestering you for some type of loss of business. That goes to the city, but it's something that has to be done. It will be done. And I just want to give my comments to say it's so important that you people be involved and be supportive of all the decisions that are going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duvall. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. This is Kathy. I really appreciate your presentation and our really, I would say, key stakeholders. What really concerns me, and I'll be raising this in future discussions, is a very tenuous situation to put two rail tracks through International Village with a pinching of traffic. I don't know how it's going to be done unless you've got a magic wand where you're going to be able to have vehicle traffic and LRT coexist in that stretch of road. And I also know there's many businesses that rely on pickups and delivery of product, which will also impact their businesses. So I'm very interested. I'm not a big fan of that particular alignment for those reasons, without expropriating major business that already exists there to address the narrowing of the street. There's going to be major concerns. So I think of all this whole project, the most tenuous location is the entry into International Village, and it's going to have to be dealt with very delicately. So, or even maybe look at an alternative so that you don't have to pinch that off. But I certainly feel and understand the concern, and I really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, can I have a Councillor Farr is received with Councillor Ferguson. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All those in favour? Thank you. And now I will call on Donna. Realtors Association of Hamilton Burlington respecting RAHB's support for the B-Line LRT project. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor and Mr. Mayor and committee. I'm Donna Bacher, President of the Realtors Association of Hamilton Burlington, and I'm here today to express our continued support for the LRT initiative. Our association was one of the first stakeholders to host a meeting for rapid transit back in May of 2008, and shortly after that, our board of directors endorsed light rail transit as the right choice for Hamilton. A lot has happened since then, but RAB has remained a very vocal supporter of LRT. And I'm pleased to be speaking to you today as the project takes its first initial steps since the Premier announced funding for the project. Along with other deindustrializing cities in North America, Hamilton is discovering that success relies on a combination of factors: a diverse economy with good job opportunities, quality housing, and a vibrant, livable neighborhood situation. First and foremost, a successful city must be one in which people want to live. As seen over the past few months and years, the real estate market in Hamilton is booming, and so much of it is due to these factors. Our statistics show that we're attracting attention from all sectors, and our economic development department, we understand, has never been busier. The development of a light rail corridor in the lower city will serve a very important role in the next step of Hamilton's rejuvenation. As an association, RAB represents over 2,800 realtors in Hamilton and beyond with expertise in all areas of the real estate market. And I'm here today on behalf of RAB to offer our assistance for the years ahead. As you saw in the previous presentation, RAB was a member of the Chamber's LRT Task Force, and we'd like to continue our involvement as a stakeholder member in the proposed light rail transit subcommittee. In addition to offering our support to the subcommittee, RAB has also been in conversation with Christopher Higgins from MITL about a joint research project regarding property values surrounding the LRT corridor. As he wrote in his 2012 LRT report for the city, for any rapid transit project to be successful, it must proceed in concert with a comprehensive strategy for promoting more transit-supportive land use patterns. We are very encouraged by the acknowledgement of the need to update the city's zoning bylaws and certainly support accelerating the rezoning along the corridor. Yes, in the next 10 years, we are going to have our challenges, but we are optimistic about the structure being proposed to you today by city staff and hope in any way possible to make the transformative project a success. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you, Donna. I'm sorry for butchering your last name. Any questions for Donna this morning? Seeing none, thanks again, Donna, for coming. Can I have a presentation to be received? Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Vanderbeek, all those in favour. Thank you, Donna.
And for the record, it gets butchered all the time.
That makes me feel a little better. Chris Higgins, McMaster Institute for Transportation and Logistics, respecting support for the implementation of LRT in Hamilton and insight into relevant new MITL research.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of council. Just give me a second.
Okay, let's wait till that gets up and then we'll give you your 5 minutes. How's that? Unless your presentation precedes your...
No.
Okay.
Just the niceties. Yes, please. I'm pleased to be in front of you today to represent the McMaster Institute for Transportation and Logistics. It's a research institute at McMaster.
There we go.
There we go. A research institute at McMaster, of which I'm a part. It's led by Mark Ferguson and our director, Pavlos Kaneroglu. And we've been around Hamilton since 2007. I've been with them since 2010. But the institute itself has a mandate to move Canada and the world towards more sustainable transportation behaviors. And we're engaged in a number of projects to that end. Kind of going to rush this, but the Institute has been quite successful in terms of project partners. You can see quite a number of them here, including the City of Hamilton, which has been a long partner of ours since the beginning. And relevant work in terms of LRT today, Mark Ferguson and I led a report called the North American Light Rail Experience in 2012, and most recently, as Keenan was alluding to, the Shaping Hamilton with Complete Streets, which we are launching this year. So I just kind of want to give you an idea. We've been in the community for some time, but I've never before council like this. So Hamilton, as we know, is lucky enough to get one of these new, one of the many rapid transit investments occurring around the region. I couldn't be more excited to see this map here in front of me today because this is great news. So in terms of what MITL can bring to this, we're good at providing tools for planning and policy analysis, and what I wanted to show today was two in terms of transit-oriented development and land value uplift. Like, if we're going to get this project, I really want to make sure the city can put its foot on the accelerator and maximize the benefits that we can potentially get from this project. So transit-oriented development, I mean, we kind of know the concept, how to maximize the use of a transit facility. You build high-density mixed-use development around transit stations. And to that end, MITL is very encouraged by what we see today proposed by Council later this afternoon, where all the different city departments are coming together to realize these dreams. We've been doing some work in this area where these are the type of high-level zoning that you see on the corridor in terms of intensification areas, intensification corridors. We've been looking at how we actually measure up to some of these benchmarks already, and I'm happy to say that the fundamentals of the LRT corridor are very strong. Unfortunately, this research that we've undertaken was at the pre-alignment before the announcement, which was a bit of a surprise. So obviously, after Queenston Traffic Circle is going to be an extension, and we've missed out on the James North part. But what you see here is that a lot of the stations in the West End are suburban, but much of the core is very high density, already urban type TOD. So the LRT is going to go into a very supportive corridor already. And just kind of what that looks like up close. But in this area particularly, there's a lot of parcels that are available for development. So the project is really going to do good here. And how we're meeting these types of benchmarks in terms of the overarching planning looks something like this, where the corridor is also very dense as well in terms of population and employment. Much of the stations meet a threshold of 50 people and jobs per hectare. And we actually undercount at the McMaster University station quite a bit due to the data set. So it's better at measuring private businesses and not public sector work. But the corridor is great. In terms of land value uplift, this is something we've been talking about as one of the major benefits of this project for our city. How, if we build LRT, what's going to happen to land values? What's going to happen to our taxable assessment? This is where you really see the business case take shape. Some of our past research in this area we looked at, this is going to come out in a few months now, but we looked at land values around the TTC stations, this chunk of the Yonge subway and the Shepherd subway in Toronto, just to see how land values change. And what you see is, as you get closer to the station, land values actually take this kind of a gradient where they go from around a 2% value benefit to homes located right next to stations see an 18.7% increase in property values compared to others. So this kind of gives you an idea of what is achievable in Hamilton in terms of this land value uplift argument. Now, we looked at assessed values for the city to see what types of taxable assessment increases we could expect. And based on some assumptions here, like a low-end one that you see in scenario one is what Metrolinx was saying that we could maybe expect in terms of Hamilton, maybe a uplift of up to 4%. In terms of our data set, we argued that would result in an increase in taxable assessment of $61.83 million, which could be captured every year through various mechanisms. But that's on the low end. What I'm trying to get across is if we really put our foot on the accelerator here and try to maximize what we can get from LRT, really capitalize on this investment that the province is making in this city, maybe we shoot for something higher. It's an uplift of, say, 15 to 20% in station areas would create an uplift of $261 million, which could be captured to the city. Now, these numbers are, the Metrolinx report, that's just an assumption. These numbers are within our control. We can change these numbers to go to the maximum uplift on the high end. It's all within our planning power here in the city. So MITL just wants to say that it's an exciting time to be in this city. We really support this project. We support what's coming up to council later today in terms of how to implement the project. It's great to see everyone, all the different city departments in alignment. And we pledge our support to this as a stakeholder if called upon. And like I said, great time to be in Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Any questions for Mr. Higgins? Councillor Farr.
I just feel undoubtedly you will be called upon. We'll continue to work with you. I know our economic development department in the past has always spoken highly. We've had great collaboration on the LRT task force. And so, I mean, you saw the report, you're referenced as well. And more of a statement than a comment, but maybe you could react to it through you, Chair. Do you see through this report a number of opportunities to continue your good work and offer your input, particularly at the subcommittee level?
Absolutely. As Donna was alluding to earlier, with the Real Estate Association, we're going to try to get some more data to look at these assumptions over time. And I mean, what I showed earlier was just the base level uplift. That assumed that properties didn't change. So, I mean, that's a very conservative estimate. I think if we start to see more development in the corridor, that taxable assessment is just going to skyrocket.
Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Partridge, and then I have Mr. Mayor, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Aidan Johnson, and Councillor Pearson. So, yeah. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Christopher, thank you for your presentation. Valuable information in there. But I guess one of the red flags for me is when you look at the tax increase that your data shows could happen and most probably will happen for those who are living closest to the LRT line. What about the affordability factor? Because I really worry about our residents. They're already struggling under the tax base. So where have you figured that in, or have you figured that in? Because that, these numbers cannot be done in absence of that key priority.
This is pretty high level. I mean, in academic time, 5 minutes is very small. They take a long time to explain these things, but I was just focusing on land values for this. Obviously, the affordability issue is going to be huge, and there's different ways of planning to accommodate those issues outside of this, outside of what we can expect in terms of land value uplift. And I mean, those populations that you're talking about are also going to be the big beneficiaries of the transit access improvements they're getting and different types of neighborhood opportunities that grow through TOD right inside their station area in those neighborhoods as well.
Right, and I appreciate that it's, that there's a 5-minute window here, as you said, but the affordability issue is a big issue, and it is not something we can take lightly in this community, in the city, particularly for those who are more challenged. They just can't afford any more taxes than what they're paying now. So if we have that 15% increase, even a 4% increase, they struggle with 2% increase. We now have MPEC coming in and raising the value of all those properties. It's wonderful on one side of the equation, but we need to have the balance of that other side of the equation and not forget how important those folks are to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. Mayor.
Just very quickly, I just want to thank Chris for all of his great work now and in the past. So, all too often the reports that you did were somewhat used for different purposes. And, it was always very clear to me that it was always kind of aimed towards making sure that we got the planning issues right when we were looking at LRT. So just to touch on the affordability issue, I mean, obviously affordability is a concern, but I think it presupposes that things are going to change there and different densities will actually spread out that tax load. So we're not talking about tax increases specifically. We're talking about value uplift that would actually create a scenario where the higher better use is different building and densities that can unfold as the LRT. Also, I think it requires a lot more kind of review and study before we kind of leap to reasonable conclusions about affordability. We have to prepare that in mind very significantly, but there's a lot of work that can be done, and I'm hopeful that your organization and the McMaster will continue to be part of kind of the ongoing effort that we're going to work towards a lot of the research that you've already done and build that into a lot of the good work that we're going to have to do to get the planning issues right, because I agree with you totally that the planning issues is what's going to drive the greater benefit here in terms of what LRT will bring to this community.
Absolutely.
So, thanks for all your great work.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you. And Councillor Whitehead, questions on the presentation?
Thank you, Chris. A couple of things. One is, I guess I'm not sure when you talk about uplift, if you're looking at the current zoning regime in regards to density, and I know that I've actually met with the transportation group in San Francisco, New York, and we've heard Toronto. The biggest challenge in those communities, now Vancouver, is the amount of congestion that's being created in their downtown corridors relative to movement of goods and services. So one of the things planners have indicated, if you look at Paris, for example, that you got to look at what is your capacity to facilitate the density that you're zoning along a major corridor. Both Main and King are regional roads that the region, not just the downtown. And so the question is, when you look at some of these assumptions, what is the densities you're looking at, and do you feel that those densities could cripple and create a situation that Toronto, San Francisco, and New York find as significant challenges today?
The institutes can take an opposite position in some ways. I mean, we've long understood that LRT, we've championed the project for a goods movement perspective, in that the more people you can get off the road onto trains tends to benefit goods movement, and that's something that the institute has been behind since its inception, when LRT was just in the early planning stages. But certainly there's a lot of parallel routes, but I can't give you an answer to that today. That'll be something hopefully the task force can find an answer to.
Okay, and a number of these cities do have more or less highway corridors that are within minutes of servicing the downtowns that alleviate some of the pressure. The uniqueness in Hamilton is we have an escarpment, and the closest highway corridor going east-west is the Link, with only 5 accesses. So that creates a significant limitation in regards to access for vehicle traffic to the lower city, which means that there's more pressure created in those lower corridors east-west. So and so a good planning, as I understand, is that you do have those corridors, but you have those corridors adjacent to or very close to feed the vehicle traffic and then give you the ideal world. We don't have that situation here. I think Toronto has the Don Valley Parkway, I guess, is the closest in regards to feeding Yonge Street. And Spadina, I guess, is the other one. So the other question I have is this is based on King Street, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you do some work on Main Street as well?
We've always operated from the assumption from the Metrolinx and city planning documents of a King Street alignment.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor?
I've seen 7% or whatever you're suggesting on commercial, and around about the same on residential, is that correct?
Chris?
In different scenarios, yes.
Yeah. So the question is, we've done commercial saturation studies and indicate that we're virtually at that point. Now, if you get density, there's going to be needs to provide services. So the question is, there's been an argument that King Street had a better uplift than Main Street. Many people I talk to have trouble understanding Main Street is a wider corridor, a wider bridge, so you don't have to spend huge significant dollars to get to Mac. And you have the same uplift opportunities in regards to commercial residential along that corridor.
Question?
Is it reasonable to suggest that Main Street could be an alternative?
Chris?
That's not for me to say. Unfortunately,
Thank you.
the planning process is so far along that
Councillor Whitehead?
I wouldn't want to revisit these issues.
Fair enough, but we already are. I mean, we're creating a north-south route now for the LRT, which was never contemplated as well. So there has been a shift in regards to the routing of the LRT. And if you're going to do that, then the question is, do we start taking a look at where we can squeeze as much dollars to expand the service as much as practical? And the example would be Main Street has a wider bridge. We may not need to expand the bridge at all to accommodate LRT. King Street does not, so you're limited in regard. So you'd have to put a major expenditure in. Those dollars going into the bridge would be dollars not going necessarily directly into providing a broader LRT service. So I don't know if you've done those kind of analysis in regards to the cost on this route versus the other route versus the uplift, the overall piece. Have you done that?
No, and we'd be happy to, as the institute.
Okay, thank you.
And the last question is, and what I really appreciate, and I know that my staff has had some discussions, is alternative transportation. So over and above the LRT, do you see opportunities in alternative transportation in the city of Hamilton?
Thank you. Chris, alternative?
Many opportunities. A very diverse transportation system benefits everyone in this city.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Aidan Johnson. Questions for the presenter about the presentation, please.
Yes, thank you. My question is actually more a comment and a statement. I'm looking forward to working with McMaster on the next steps for the LRT build. And I know I appreciate your presentation. It's citywide, and I'm deeply grateful for all the policy expertise that our process is going to be getting from McMaster. Simultaneously, just a statement, I'm looking forward to, and if you'd like to respond, there's an implicit question. I'm looking forward to speaking with you about the build for the McMaster neighborhood specifically, and how we need to engage all of McMaster, the student community, the faculty, and non-students in the McMaster neighborhood around LRT planning. Given that McMaster is either the ending or the starting of LRT, depending on which way you want to look at the system. So if you have any thoughts about the McMaster neighborhood component of the project specifically, I'd be pleased to hear them now, or we can chat another day. And thank you again.
Chris?
As an anchor, they're a key stakeholder, and I know the Student Center, the Student Union has been a long supporter, but yeah, we can talk later, definitely.
Thank you. Councillor Maria Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Chris, for that was an excellent presentation. I did want to ask, though, is that available to us as councillors that we can review, or is that just a document?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Could we, through you, Madam
I was going to ask that at the end.
Yeah.
Councillor Pearson, I was going to ask that at the end, that we all
Thank
get
you, Madam
hard
Chair.
copies.
There's a lot of great information.
Taken a copy from him, and I will circulate.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Samarula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to clarify, through you, Madam Chair, I think there's some confusion between assessment growth versus increase in taxes. And although there is a correlation, there's no direct correlation. Can you just expand upon that real distinction? I don't want people going away today thinking that LRT is going to increase taxes by 20%, when in reality, it's like a lottery win for those residents who are existing homeowners. So can you elaborate on that, please?
Chris?
We're talking just in terms of land value uplift, and that what comes out of that through any type of, whether it be development charges on new development or rather just existing property taxes, the amount captured is much smaller than that. But we're just talking aggregate, what's the benefit to our city, the built environment. Those are the numbers I've presented here. And that's not a tax increase. It shouldn't be construed as such.
And through you, Madam Chair, I'm sure you're familiar with gentrification that we're already going through, particularly in the lower end of the city. I know in my particular neighborhood, property values have increased nearly 500% after the expressway and now the GO stations.
Yep.
So in essence, can you elaborate on the existing gentrification and what your belief is about where we're headed from where we are today to the future?
Sorry, was that gentrification?
Yes.
It's beginning. It's going to be an issue. It's already becoming an issue in some of the neighborhoods downtown I've seen, but there's many planning tools that can accommodate different people into these neighborhoods. Absolutely.
Councillor?
So just so there isn't any confusion, but the good news really lies with the existing homeowner. The potential of problems down the road about affordability will lie with those that are purchasing at that time.
Yes.
But the existing homeowner will benefit greatly as well as the business owner. I just needed to make that very important distinction because we don't want this to be misunderstood. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris? We're all done. Councillor Whitehead, second time.
I mean, and we've seen what happened after amalgamation. I think Councillor Partridge's question was founded. It's not a question of whether values would exceed. The problem is that if your income hasn't changed and you've got a 500% increase in assessment, and we know that there's a direct correlation between assessment and taxes and how taxes are calculated, then that means that even though your income hasn't gone up, your taxes will. And the only way you benefit from that in those situations is those people are forced to sell. Is that correct?
Can I, please? Can we hold this question for Mr. Zagaric? Because this is all about taxes. This is all about how the city and their tax department works. Chris is here to talk about the transit and how the land values along the LRT will increase and all different scenarios. So are you comfortable just waiting for Mr. Zagaric when the report comes up that we refer it to the expert of the taxation department? Thank you. So seeing no other questions, move to receive. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Aidan Johnson, all those in favour. Thank you very much, Chris. I'd like to call, this is 7.1, I'd like to call upon Frank Scremin, President and CEO of the John C. Munro Hamilton International Airport, to provide a presentation for item 7.1. And before you begin, Frank, maybe you'd like to introduce the rest of your bandwagon.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of Council. I will quickly introduce my colleagues who are with me here today. First, our Vice President of Finance and Corporate Services, Kathy Puckering, and our Director of Marketing and Communications, Lauren Yaksich.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our business at the John C. Munro Hamilton International Airport. It's always a pleasure for us to come in and talk about what's happening at the airport and provide council with a quick update. I want to start really with just some highlights of progress to date in 2015. One of our biggest accomplishments, which we celebrated 2 weeks ago, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Ferguson were there to celebrate with us, was the opening of our new air cargo logistics facility, over 70,000 square feet of cargo warehousing space, half of which will be operated as a common use facility that we believe will provide benefits for us in the future, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. We're just about to launch our winter marketing program. This year we'll have up to 15 weekly sun destinations, which we've built on a continuous basis over the last 3 years. For this year, we'll see multiple frequencies to some of the most popular vacation destinations like Cancun and Punta Cana and Veradero, along with some other places like Puerto Plata, Keokoko, or Orlando, and others. So we're excited about the increase in choice with our carrier partners Transat, Sunwing, and WestJet, all providing service to some of those key locations. On the passenger side, one of our key competitive advantages has always been our service. Fast, friendly, and convenient is what we pitch ourselves as and what we try to deliver to all of our customers. And our results continue to show that we're delivering with respect to that. Over 90% of passengers have reported a positive experience working through the airport or traveling through the airport. Approval of the AEGD, we believe, is very positive for the City of Hamilton, but also for us in terms of long-term airport development. We've recently had some discussions with FedDev Ontario with respect to implementation of free trade zones in the Airport Employment Growth District, and want to start to engage with city staff with respect to that in the very near future. We're actually celebrating this year our 19th year as operators of the John C. Munro Hamilton International Airport, reaching the halfway point of the lease next year, and we believe it's been a tremendous example of partnership working at all levels. And lastly, one of the key highlights for our parent company, Vantage Airport Group, about 3 months ago, we were leading a consortium bidding on the redevelopment of the Central Terminal Building at LaGuardia in New York City, and we were named preferred bidder on that project, so we're very pleased about that as well. For the balance of my presentation, I really want to cover 4 key items. Given we're at and approaching the halfway point of the lease term, I thought it would be relevant for us to just take a quick step back and look at what we have accomplished since 1996, some of the key investments, some of the key developments at the airport. I want to talk quickly about the key question, the biggest question that I get both from council and from people out in the community every day, which is why aren't there more flights to more places? A little bit about airport growth and where we see things going over the next sort of 3 to 5 year period, and then just a quick summary. Hopefully I'm not on a 5-minute time limit. On the infrastructure side, I think it's interesting to look at what has happened from an infrastructure perspective since 1996. And when we put this piece together, it was interesting to note that when we look at the airport facility, there's really not very many components of it that we haven't touched since taking over operation in 96. On the airfield, from extension of our primary runway 1230. To recent resurfacing and reconstruction, which we completed 2 years ago, towards the east end of the airport, development of new taxiways and hangar facilities. In the terminal building area, we've expanded the international arrivals area, expanded our customs processing capabilities, expanded our departure lounge, and implemented hold baggage screening facilities. On our ground side, expanded our parking lot, and then towards the west end of the airport have included developments like Purolator Courier, and again additional taxiway developments to support all of that. So a significant amount of investment. Just some photos to give you a quick overview of some of the key pieces of infrastructure. We continue to renovate and improve our terminal facilities. The center picture is our new international arrivals area, which was built, I guess it's not so new anymore, it was built in 2008. And our expanded departure facilities, which were put into play in 2009. Some of the key hangar developments, one of our key partners, Cargojet, Canada's largest all-cargo airline, with their main base in Hamilton, and a wide-body hangar maintenance facility, so they actually conduct all of their fleet maintenance for their entire fleet of 12 wide-body aircraft in Hamilton. The Purolator Shipping Centre, which a few years ago expanded its ramp area. The WestJet is to be occupied by DHL. The bottom photo was just some of the ramp expansion that we conducted a number of years back. And our most recent accomplishment, which again we're very proud of, a new 70,000 square foot cargo centre, half of it occupied by Cargojet, the other half will be operated by trade ports under a common use type scenario. Total investment during that period since 1996 is almost $198 million, about 90 million of that trade port, about 98 million tenant investment, and just over almost 8 million of government investment. And important to note that at the end of the lease term, 100% will invest back to the City of Hamilton. On the venture side, we'd like to talk about our investment in terms of people, performance, and place. And I think the key for Venture Airport Group when it looks at airports, it looks at airports that it can actually add value to, and that means value not just for the owner and the shareholder, but also value for the community and value for the partner that we're working with, whether it's the city or another commission in some of our other asset sites. On the people side, it certainly gives us access to a much broader scope of expertise than we otherwise has, and tap into some of the things that some of the best practice implementations that we're doing at other airports across our network. On the performance side, again, it's really for us about how do we make a difference and how do we create value for the owner of the site, for ourselves as the operator and shareholder, and also for the community. And place is really around the commitment to community and the fact that we need to recognize the value that is generated through the airport in the city and surrounding region. Side, just a quick summary of the key airline partners that are working in Hamilton right now. On the cargo side, Cargojet, again, with a very strong presence. We continue to have Purolator Courier with their Eastern hub based in Hamilton, Canada Post, DHL, and Kelowna Flightcraft, which although they've made some recent changes to their flight program, given the change in the Purolator contract, still maintain a significant maintenance piece in it. Passenger UPS as well. On the passenger side, WestJet still operates a domestic summer service and sun winter program. We've been happy to welcome Air Transat Sunwing and Celebrity Cruises partnered up with Canadian North to continue expanding on our winter sun options. Just on the traffic side, to give you a sense of developed over the period since 1996, if we look at cargo traffic, and this is aircraft billable weight, given that's the key metric that we look at in terms of generating revenue. And non-existent and has been built up over time to over 400,000 tons on an annual basis. And you'll see that there's some fluctuation, obviously, with the economy, but in essence has stabilized around that number of 350 to 400,000. And we're obviously working to continue growing that. On the passenger side, a little bit more peaky than the cargo side. But again, I think the key thing we need to recognize is as a community, our regional airport has a fairly extensive offering of services to the city. When we started in 1996, services were fairly limited. We built them up significantly in 2003 with WestJet having their operation at Hamilton. And that proves the capability of Hamilton as a secondary regional airport. With WestJet's strategic choice to move its service, we saw some declines, built those back up, and then recently with the economic downturn, again, saw some declines in service. But the key for us has been being able to stabilize our existing service level. And we've seen that with our traffic levels hovering relatively flat since 2012. From a local economic impact perspective, it's certainly no secret that airports are significant contributors to the local economies that they operate in. When we look at our airport and what an impact it has has on Hamilton. It generates over 2,700 direct and indirect jobs, $151 million in wages and payments of taxes and rents of $1.6 million on an annual basis. So we are a significant contributor to the local economy, and the top numbers were recently were from a recent report that was done by Intervisis Consulting Economic Impact Study. The last is our actual tax and rent payments, and that's Tradeport taxes and rents and business partners as well. Just to break that down a little bit again to show how it's grown since 1999. We didn't have data prior to 1999, but it essentially contributions from our cargo and other Tradeport contributions. So cargo is about $5 million on an annual basis, about $500,000 from passenger, and about $450,000 from Tradeport's rent payments and taxes. The next piece I want to touch on is really to try to address the issue of why aren't there more flights. And I think to do that, we really need to look at what is the nature of airline competition in Canada, because ultimately that drives a little activity, particularly in regional airports like us in Hamilton. And I think a good perspective on that is looking at what level of competition was in the marketplace in the 90s and 2000s compared to what are we at today. If you look at the number of carriers on the left-hand side, I'm sure you remember most of those. When we look today, the reality is we really have two airlines that provide coast-to-coast scheduled service. That's Canada and WestJet. I think they've done a very good job of creating a niche market in Toronto Island. That's kind of where they sit currently. Where they go in the future will sort of be seen. And the bottom two are really more sun leisure destination carriers and European leisure destination carriers. From a schedule perspective, we really have two key players in the marketplace. So what does that do? It really drives where that decision-making power sits from an airport development perspective and from a redevelopment perspective. On the consolidation side, again, we've seen a fragmented market, a very consolidated market where we essentially have a dual scenario with two key airlines. On the competition side, I think what we're really seeing is those two carriers focusing on growth in hub airports. And so what that means for regionals is a lot of the activity happening in regional sites is really feeding those key hub airports. And in our case in Hamilton, the challenge that brings is a very, very close radius of those key hub locations. And the last piece is control, and I think it's important to kind of understand where does that control, decision-making control, in the current environment. The carriers ultimately hold a significant amount of control in terms of where they're taking their service. I think one of the interesting points for us when we looked at this was having to look at some of the other regional sites and what does their seat capacity look like and where does it actually go. We looked at a couple of other regional airports in our location, London as an example, and these are arriving seats, not passengers. London somewhere around that passenger range, 673,000 actual seats arriving and departing from the airport on an annual basis. They're an hour and a half drive from Toronto. 40% of their seat capacity is actually going into Toronto Pearson. Thunder Bay, 938,000 seats. I think they're in about the 750,000 range from a passenger perspective. Over 80% of their capacity goes into Toronto, 54 into Pearson, into Toronto Island. Moncton, also an interesting one of our network airports. 801,000 seats. I think there's over 600,000 passengers. 45% of their seats are going into Toronto Pearson. 21% of the seats are going into Montreal. So almost 65% of their capacity is going into one of the two key hub airports. And if we looked on the West Coast, then we would see the exact same thing in places like Fort St. John or Kamloops or other locations like that, ultimately feed or Calgary as a network hub. So what we're really seeing in regional cities again is with Air Canada and West controlling the majority of the marketplace of driving fees through regional airports into network hubs. So what does that mean for us in terms of future growth certainly doesn't mean that we sit on our coattails and wait for a service to show up. We're still out being as aggressive as we can in the marketplace and working to implement our long-term vision of being the airport of choice for Southern Ontario for goods movement and service and partners. On the cargo side, I think I'll touch on that first. Really three key areas that we will continue to focus on. One is retaining our existing business. It's always easier to keep an existing store than it is to get a new one. So we want to make sure that all of our current clients are very happy with the service they get at Hamilton, but also that we can do whatever we can to support new development opportunities for them and to help them grow. Because again, it's easier for us to work with existing clients that are already here versus attracting new ones. On the cargo center side, we see that as a major contributor to our future growth. Until now, Hamilton had not a common use capability for shippers and forwarders to deconsolidate goods, store them on a temporary basis. We also have a new 5,000 square foot cool handling facility, which, again, previously, while we certainly do handle perishable goods now. It's much more challenging given we didn't have the proper facilities to help do that. And so we think it opens up new market opportunities like e-commerce, automotive, floral, and seafood, and ad hoc charter services. On the e-commerce side in particular, we think that's a specific growth opportunity for us, and look at our network. It's important to kind of look at our cargo distribution network out of Hamilton. We actually have the most extensive overnight domestic express freight distribution network in the country, so we can go from the East Coast to West Coast overnight out of Hamilton. So when we look at opportunities from an e-commerce perspective, that means is we can use a new warehouse facility to draw on e-commerce goods, put them on our overnight express network, and ship them out of the West Coast to the East Coast in a very efficient way. We'll also continue to look at expanding low reach and looking at access to places like Europe and South America, again, utilizing both our existing partners and potential new ones that are out there. On the passenger side, same type of thing. I think for us, it's number one about retaining existing and making sure that the aircraft that are currently flying into Hamilton are full and are value out of doing business with us. We certainly never take for granted any of the existing services that we have, and we're very hard every day to make sure that they're as successful as possible. And Laura and her team are out. We'll talk to travel agents on a regular basis. So looking at how we can services more effectively continue to grow our existing passenger services. On the new market side, I think we'll continue to focus on new route development opportunities, understanding that the current market environment and competitive environment that I talked about earlier. One of the key ones I think for us on the new market opportunity side is the ultra-low-cost carrier segment. There's been a fair bit of media around that in recent months, with a number of carriers that are looking to start in Canada, which identified Hamilton as a key potential operating point. Ultimately, starting of a new ultra-low-cost carrier in Canada is really what we need to change the competitive dynamic in the existing marketplace and give us some opportunity to start to expand and grow our business. So we're obviously very supportive of all of the upstarts, and we're working with all of them and tied very closely with all of them, and we'll continue to do so. The last piece I just wanted to show is a new initiative that's been undertaken by the Greater Toronto Airport Authority, a long-term regional transportation strategy area. And I think what's really driving this at the end of the day is the fact that Pearson ultimately will at some point reach capacity. It's currently, I believe last year was about 35 million passengers. Capacity is somewhere around 65, so we're growing at a rate of about 4 to 5% a year. It's not going to take them long to get there. They're now starting to look, their president and CEO Howard Deng looking at how we deal with that when that time frame does come, because ultimately they're limited opportunity to drive around that. So how do we look at utilizing airports like Hamilton, London, Waterloo, others within the Southern Ontario network to be able to offset capacity in Toronto so that they can focus on growing Toronto as ultimately as a long-haul passenger transit hub location. So we started to engage with the Greater Toronto Airport around that, and we'll continue to do so. that back in 2007 through 2009, and again, I think proved that ultra-low-cost leisure service to European destinations can operate very successfully out of Hamilton. We actually had, at the time, the most UK destinations of any airport in Canada, and we're operating in them of net capacity. Southern markets continue to look at Florida and the Caribbean and continuing to develop those in a measured and sustainable way. On our key business markets like Ottawa, Montreal, New York, Boston. Again, I think recognizing the competitive environment and the challenge around that, we don't see that as a near-term opportunity, but one that we'll continue to keep on the radar. So in summary, I think the couple I'll leave you with is number one, since 1996, we're at about the halfway point. We made significant progress in terms of investment and growth. When we look at our contribution on an annual basis in terms of tax and rent revenue from ourselves and from our business partners, when we look at job creation, when we look at all those key things, we can overlook the fact that the airport is a key economic contributor to the city. We certainly see it as a good example of a public-private partnership. Are we happy with where we're at? Certainly not. We always want to continue to grow. We always want to continue to work, and we're working very hard to make sure that happens. And environmental dynamics play a key role in terms of our growth, and so we need to keep in mind what's happening in the commercial marketplace and continually adjust our strategies to deal with changes in that competitive environment. But our focus is really ensuring retention and growth through sustainable and measured approaches that keep our growth profiles on an upward trend or at minimum level. And the final point I just want to leave you with is we see Tradeport and Vantage very much invested in the airport and as a partner in city building in the long term. With that, I'll conclude and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Frank. And I do have one on the list, but as the ward councillor, I'm going to take precedence here and ask for the mayor to take over the chair for a minute so I can ask questions. Can we just put it to slide number 4, please, before you give me a laser? Thank you. Thank you, right there. I just asked Stephanie if I could steal your laser here. For some of you that don't know, this right here is Glencaster Road. It was cut off in the middle so that this, is this the Whiskey?
That's 1230. That's the main.
1230. Sorry, this is Whiskey. So this was all cut so that the expansion can go in. So if you'll notice, there's residents living here, and this bubble here hides quite a few residents that are living here. Also, immediate south here is where Airport Road is, and then right across from Airport Road is Mount Hope School and the Mount Hope Village. To the immediate right or east is Homestead, which continues the village on this side. So for some of you that don't know, this is the only, I believe, the only airport in Canada that's surrounded by a village. So having said that, it has its compatibility issues. There's a lot of challenges that we're facing, and I want to thank Tradeport for working to my office to mitigate some of those challenges. So this green part down here is currently being farmed. It's a buffer area, if you will, but it really doesn't mitigate a lot of the negative if you've got some startup jets coming in here. So at this point in time, I just want to let my colleagues know I'm going to be working with with the staff here to see whether or not we can designate some sort of a buffer area to allow a berm to be built here, because we have to recognize that there are residents living there. They're not going on their third or fourth generations of being there. And there was a facility, it was supposed to be down here to the residents. And thankfully, with Tradeport's input and with the residents having a meeting with them, they were able to push that facility further away. So it's really important that the residents, although that they support this airport, as I pointed out the other day, all the residents that were in the room, cargo jet, and they work, live in the area. But it's also for them to have their quality of life stays intact. So I just wanted to let my colleagues know that this is what we're going to be working on going forward. There's one question here, Frank, that I wasn't preparing you for, so I apologize ahead of time. The PFAS situation was something that came out in gangbusters 4 years ago, and we randomly, thankfully my colleagues agreed, we randomly tested 25 wells and found out that it was all benign as far as the groundwater versus the underwater concerns. So can you provide any type of update at this time how things are going on site as well as off site?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. With respect to PFAS on the off-site situation, the Government of Canada, through Transport Canada, is undertaking a risk assessment process along with the Ministry of Environment. So they're following Ministry of Environment guidelines. That process is ongoing. So some correspondence just in the last few weeks. Dedicated consultants will be starting to do some field testing and requested access to city property to accommodate it as well. So the off-site component proceeding, it'll be a consultative process that happens over a number of years. There'll be also engagement with residents and with other folks. So I'm comfortable that piece is moving along. In terms of the on-site, we've actually been re-engaging now with the Ministry of Environment, looking at a practical solution to deal with the on-site component and finalize it. We've made a number of submissions approximately 2 years ago now with respect to some alternative methods to deal with the PFAS contaminated soil. Given it's an emerging contaminant, so there's no methodology in terms of how to actually remediate it. The MOE has come back to us and essentially has said the most effective way to do this would be to create an on-site sealed containment.
Right.
And so
for the pond.
For the pond and for the soil. That's essentially to dig it up and build a sealed landfill type scenario, so that the reach off-site any longer. So we've been engaging with them around putting plans to do that.
Thank you, Frank. I really wanted to get out the Transport Canada finally came to the table, so it's a good news story in that respect that they're looking at off-site as well as on-site.
Yeah. And so as soon as we have a little bit more concrete information and a plan in terms of how we'll move forward on-site, we'll certainly come back and share that with Council and consult around that as well.
Of course. Thank you very much. So those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will take it chair back. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Frank, as the other ward councillor, I want to congratulate you. And I know Councillor Johnson and I both attended the opening of the cargo jet facility. That's a very significant building. Then you have the second part of that, which is for other carriers and the big refrigeration units. Now you can move flowers and pharmaceuticals through there. So continue to make good progress on the cargo side. Could you go to slide 18? That's a pretty telling slide. You know, where you see on the left side, back in the 90s and early 2000s, how many people who could use Hamilton, and now you're down to really 2. And so a lock-up on the marketplace. And I think it's the first time I've ever heard anybody confess that you're going to have trouble bringing in more traffic because there's only 2 airlines. And so I'm glad we're hitting that head on. But there was someone who made an announcement, the name escapes me, about 3 or 4 months ago, that they were going to start up another passenger service in Hamilton, and now we've heard no more. Can you give us an update on that?
So through you, Madam Chair, that was one of the ultra-low-cost airlines. So there's 3 of them that are out in the marketplace currently trying to start up. The one that made the announcement was a company called New Leaf Airways. So they are essentially a travel company. Their model was to lease aircraft from a company called Flair Aero out of Kelowna. And so Flair would operate the aircraft and provide the crew, and New Leaf Travel Company would essentially provide the mechanism to book and all of the booking engines and all of those types of things. They are still active. They are still working on getting their startup plan in place. They have not given us a concrete launch date as of yet. I think their most recent announcement was probably about a month and a half ago in Winnipeg, where they announced their corporate headquarters. And they announced that further announcements would be forthcoming in both Kelowna and Hamilton, but we've not seen either of those as of yet. So we continue to maintain contact with them. but they're still in the development process in terms of getting their booking engine running, their reservation system, and all those types of logistical issues. So.
Councillor?
So it's not time to sip cognac then?
Not yet.
How do you feel? Can you public statement on what your percentage chances this is real?
Yeah.
Frank?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think I'll refrain from giving a percentage chance, but what I will say is starting up a carrier in Canada is very, very challenging for a number of reasons. The biggest one being the fact that we have very limited competition, and so there are two players that have a significant amount of market power. The second big challenge is raising capital in Canada. There's currently limitations with the Canadian Transportation Act that limit foreign investment to 25%. And if we look at the Canadian marketplace, or that midstream equity market that would finance an airline-type startup is pretty thin, and most of those folks are already probably invested in either a Porter or a WestJet. So raising capital for a new carrier is very, very challenging, and that's what we're seeing with Jetlines out of Vancouver, who's tried a number of different avenues. And then the third is Energet out of Calgary, who's also still working at raising capital.
Okay, and that's been a problem for a while, is foreign investment. It's limited to much foreign investment. Is that something you may someday want to come back to us and ask for a council resolution to support a change to that, just for the airline industry, because it is, well...
Through you, Madam Chair, certainly wouldn't that would be beneficial, and something perhaps we can discuss further. It certainly would be helpful for us to get a resolution through council supporting that type of an expansion if council is willing to do so.
And if you would like that, if you could have your lawyers or yourself draft up a resolution, happy to bring it to council as chairman of the airport committee to kind of move this along, because I've heard about this roadblock for a while now, and so I'd leave that with you. If you want a council resolution, correct legal terms to use to describe exactly what help you need in that area, I'd be happy to do that. So that's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duvall?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks very much for the presentation. And we love using that airport, and we wish, and I hear a lot of this, we wish there was more destinations that we could go to from the Hamilton Airport instead of using Toronto. It would be much more gratifying for everybody. But one of the recent complaints I've been getting lately, some of the late flights that are coming in, and I think my office has forwarded this, there's a lack of taxi cabs for the passengers coming off the plane. Is there a reason for this? We can't get support from them, or?
Frank?
So through you, Madam Chair, Councillor, thank you for forwarding that information to us. I did get it late last week, and we are looking into it and have some conversation with all of the taxi companies. So there should not be an issue in terms of having proper taxi support, even for the later flights. We do have an adequate number of taxi licenses in place and should have lots of capacity. So it's something that we'll deal directly with the taxi cab companies on, and ensure that we're monitoring a little bit more closely to make sure that our passengers are getting the service they need at that time of evening.
That's great, Frank. I appreciate that, because there's nothing more frustrating getting off a plane late at night and you're stranded out there in Timbuktu, right? You got nowhere to go. How do you get out there? Right?
Agreed.
I appreciate you following that up. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Just thanks, Frank, for the presentation. You know, I've always been impressed by the quality of the operator. I mean, we've grown this airport, significantly over the last, how long has it been? 20 years now, I think, roughly. It's been a dramatic improvement in terms of specifically cargo, and certainly on the passenger side as well. I think we were starting from a low of about 40,000 passengers annually, and we're up to roughly 400,000. I think you've clearly outlined today the kind of competitive challenges that we face to try and grow the passenger side, but certainly on the cargo side we've done extremely well. So thank you for all that good work. Just want to be reminded, though, I thought, in terms of the quality of the operator, that you were going to be operating LaGuardia before too long. Is that so? You mentioned preferred or selected service provider. Is that locked in, or is it?
So through you, Madam Chair, we're still in the procurement process. So the way the procurement process has worked is there was essentially a shortlisted 3 shortlisted bidders and then moved from 3 shortlisted bidders to 1 preferred proposer, who we're now working with the Port Authority to finalize an agreement, hopefully within the...
Who are the preferred?
At this stage, we're the preferred proposer.
Very good. Okay, that's great. That's terrific. And, well, you know what, certainly look forward to kind of growing the future opportunities. I think they're there, and I think the challenge of So New Leaf was certainly one that was out there proposing an opportunity, but and I think they ran into some capital financing issues as well. So there's an ongoing drive to find that low-cost kind of threshold that could work, and certainly the other airlines have tapped into that as well. So it's a highly competitive but very, very monopolized as well in this country. So, you know, you look at both sides of the comparatives here, it's consolidated significantly and makes it doubly challenging for others to kind of provide that kind of lower cost carrier that might be competitive. So I understand the problem, and I certainly appreciate the effort that's being put into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Just my observation, I actually had to pick up my wife and children on Thursday night, 1 a.m. in the morning. I can attest that there was 15 taxi cabs as I was waited outside for them to arrive. So there's plenty of cabs from my observation. The other piece is, and I, you know, when I look at economic for a city and to be successful, the main components for your economy is if you have an airport, you have a good transportation system, a shipping system, and a rail system. Those are the 4 key components for your economic drivers to be successful in investment in community. So it is so important. I can't understate the importance. When we talk about a village, I mean, the whole city is the village when you talk about the airport, because the whole city benefits from the fact that the economic uplift of what you do is so important to the city. So I want to highlight that. Thank you for the continued efforts and challenges. The piece that I'm trying to understand are, because we always do comparators like this, where, you know, 1990s, this is what it was, and today, this is what it is. But I always keep my eye on what's happening in London and Kitchener, for example, and I never see the comparators and who and how. I mean, how many stakeholders they have within those communities. How are we doing compared to them? They get a 5% growth, we get a 2% growth. What's the explanation? So we're measuring our airport based on ourselves, but we're not measuring it based on what is actually taking place at other surrounding regional type airports. Can I get a better understanding why we don't do that?
Through you, Madam Chair, it certainly is something that we do internally. We monitor very, very closely. Kathy and her team monitor on a regular basis all of the performance metrics for all of our regional counterparts, from passengers to revenues to operating expenses to profit margins and all those types of things. Kathy actually enjoys reading annual reports for airports. She does that before she goes to bed, I think, at night. So it's certainly something we do internally. We haven't summarized that on a presentation basis, but certainly could do so if that would be something that would be of interest to Council.
Well, and again, the reason I ask is this strikes me, but again, we're comparing ourselves what pre-exists and what currently exists in Hamilton today. I don't know how many are servicing London right now or how many are servicing Kitchener. I know that I believe Kitchener has been fairly aggressive in investment in their airport in the last number of years. And again, I just don't want to lose sight of whether we're losing ground or gaining ground. I know that you got a broader macro view of it, but again, this is one of those measurements: is how many providers are currently providing service in those airports relative to what we have here today.
So through you, Madam Chair, we'd be happy to put together just a short, brief metric comparison and circulate that through Council, if that would be helpful.
Slide 20, I think, had some information
That
on
was
it as well.
macro, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And seeing no other questions, can I have a motion, please, to receive the presentation? Councillor Connolly, Councillor Farr, all those in favour? Carried. Thank you very much, Frank. And thank you very much, ladies, for coming as well. All right. 7.2. Fostering the Light Rail Transit LRT project. I would like to call upon Chris Murray to provide the presentation for item 7.2.
So.
What happened? We said 7-2 and everybody disappeared. Is he going to get someone? Gone and got someone.
See, that's far too obvious.
I can't see it. One button.
No problem. Are we good? Okay. So, to Mr. Mayor and members of committee, today's presentation is going to involve obviously myself, Thorne, and Jerry Davis. And before I get started, I just want to thank the many staff. If you look at your report 7.2, this was the organization approach to writing the report and generating this presentation for you today. So with that, I want to thank every member of staff, and there are many, I won't name them all, that contributed to what you're going to hear today. So I'm going to cover off introduction and overview. Jerry is going to speak to primarily the public works matters, the projects and technical considerations that you want to think about, work that we have to do on the transportation and transit, as well as some next steps. And then, of course, as spoken about a number of times this morning, the business benefits, in particular the planning economic considerations that Jason will speak to, and then I'll wrap it up. So with that, of course, there was in recent months an announcement from the provincial government regarding a $1.2 billion investment, which I think at the time I mentioned was a vote of confidence, I think, in Hamilton and its planning and in the work of this council, obviously, and just the market conditions that are moving us forward right now. In that, though, the $1.2 billion speaks to a number of key items. Certainly GO Transit, a second station, which is going to be construction be initiated in 2017 and to be completed shortly thereafter out in the Confederation Park area. In that, though, about $200 million is dedicated to that transit investment. That includes not just the station, though. It also includes some of the track issues that need to be resolved in order to allow two-way all-day GO to extend out to that second station. The B-line LRT, which extends from the university to the Queenston Circle, as well an A-line spur which connects to the new station, which is in West Harbour as well, though, so there's no confusion, extends to the waterfront as well. And then a maintenance storage facility which is needed in order to store the trains themselves, and as well as I think about $10 million has been earmarked for a pedestrian corridor which connects from King Street to the Hunter Street station. What you don't see listed here but will be worked on, I know there was some talk several months ago at the time that we had come up with the 10-year transit strategy of the need for a major bus station. or bus garage as it was called. And so that conversation continues to be moving forward with the province. So no final decision has been made yet on that particular facility. I think it's equally important, and I know in the meetings that we've had with members of council to talk about the 10-year transit strategy. So this transit investment that we're talking about, GO stations and the LRT, also has to be married with what you approved earlier this year, which is our 10-year transit strategy, which is looking to ensure that we have a great transit system for this entire community, so that there is expansion of transit service, conventional service throughout the community where it's needed, and to ensure that that transit service does make a solid connection to our LRT. So we'll be meeting with all of you to make sure that everything that we can be doing over the coming years in terms of enhancing our transit service is well thought through. Council direction, I won't read off what you see in front of you, but basically we're directed to come back, and that's really what we're here today to do, is to put together a project office that's going to be able to manage the interests of this community over the coming years, as well as a subcommittee of council, which is articulated in Appendix A of our report. In terms of this last point, city building initiative, I must say there is a Huffington Post just recently issued an article which I think some of you may have read, but it references the fact that Hamilton is quickly becoming the Brooklyn of the United States, and that there is tremendous success occurring here in this community. And so there is no doubt that what we're going to talk about here today is another step forward, I think, in terms of city building. And if someone had asked me, or if I had thought way back in my planning school days that I would be, 20, since I went to school, that I would be standing in front of you as a city manager having this chance to have a conversation to you about LRT and all that. There is no other city building initiative you could imagine it would be as significant as this one. So what a tremendous opportunity we have. And so with that, the next piece is the working relationship with Metrolinx, and how is it that we're going to work together. And there's a number of things I do want to cover. First, that the Metrolinx role, as I think I've said before, is really a design, build, finance, operate, maintain approach to this project. So that means that what we think is likely confirmed shortly is that it'll be a 30-year relationship that we're going to have with the province as they advance all the specific attributes of this corridor to construction and then operation and maintenance. So that's an important consideration. The second is a project office, and Bruce and I have been talking over the last several weeks. In fact, there's an announcement that came to me late last week about the director from the provincial side of Metrolinx, the director of the office that's going to be here in Hamilton, a gentleman by the name of Andrew Hope, is going to be heading up the, I think, what an appropriate last name, but in any regard. Andrew has tremendous background. He is, in fact, a planner. He has worked as the right-hand person to a deputy minister for the province. He has had lots of experience working within Metrolinx, helping with business cases and the like. So I got a feeling he has a wonderful blend of technical and certainly an ability to speak to politicians and communities and advance this project in a meaningful way. The third element here, procurement, legal, and finance, I'm going to say to you that I think in the time that we've worked with the province, and in particular IO, which will have a role to play, there's no question, in this project. They will likely look after the procurement of the contractor to build this project. We did learn a lot through the stadium experience, and I'm going to suggest that we look very carefully at a number of items and get as much support as we can from our own staff and maybe some outside staff in terms of documents which are going to be really important to us. There is a memorandum of agreement, which is a common document that Metrolinx uses to kind of scope out the work that the city and the province are going to have to come to terms with. And then there's something called a PSOS document, project-specific output specifications document, which is going to occur probably about in the next 18 to 24 months. That document is really the fine print that includes everything that we're going to have to pay attention to that will be built. It will specify what it is that the province is going to be building. but also what it's not going to be looking after. So that's something that we want to make sure the fine print on those documents is very well thought through, and as good as we are, I'm going to suggest that we probably need some help from the private sector in terms of those involved in accounting and auditing and other procurement-related matters. Fourth item, communications, community engagement, goes without saying. This is something that is going to be critical throughout, and it's wonderful that we had the Chamber here today, of course, and the BIAs and the university, all of which will help us, I think, immensely in coming up with a program, working hand in glove with the province, making sure that communication and engagement isn't an afterthought. In fact, it's a forethought. Something that we saw in the Eglinton line that was actually brought to them by an outside agency, a nonprofit organization, in this notion of community benefits. And really what that speaks to is an opportunity for those people that live in our lower city, or for that matter in our community, to understand how this project is going to be built and maybe participate in some of the jobs that may be related to this $1.2 billion investment. Financial considerations, as I point out, there are things that clearly the province will pay for, and there'll be some things that they won't pay for. We'll be sitting down working with them on those matters, and so we're very cognizant of the fact that our time and effort and our investments in this community, certainly there will be some focus in the lower city, but we have an entire community to support here, and we need to be very clear about what kinds of monies are going to be allocated to accomplish this project. Public works elements, capital, when I say capital, I mean infrastructure in particular, and Jerry will speak to some of this in a moment, but needless to say, a tremendous amount of effort has gone into the King Street corridor, understanding what the infrastructure is subsurface to the track and to the platforms, to make sure that where we do build those aspects of the project, that what's underneath it is put in its appropriate place. And so in some cases, upwards towards 80% design was developed for the infrastructure. So that's a very important consideration, as you can imagine. To get at that material and be able to locate it where it needs to be is going to create some disruption. So we need to understand that. We also need to make sure that when it is put back in its rightful place, that it's sized accordingly. I think Councillor Whitehead has been saying in no uncertain terms in today's presentations that traffic and transportation planning is going to be key. There's no question, and trying to move this community from where it's been to more of a transit supported community is going to be really key, but so is moving people by means of cars and goods by means of trucks. And so you must have a balanced transportation system in Lower City that works for everyone. Yes, there are trade-offs that are going to be made, but fortunately we do have a fair bit of modeling that's already been done, of which we can use that to keep ourselves informed and make some of the best decisions we can about how to balance out our transportation system, so we don't create that paralyzing congestion that sometimes occurs when you don't think through all the things that you need to. Planning and economic growth, I applaud the Christopher's presentation. I think absolutely land value lift, as well as the economic potential of what it is that we're doing, is really speaking to the economic benefit of moving ahead with this key project. And I just want those that in this room to know, I mean, when we talk about transportation planning, yes, conventional transit connection to our LRT is going to be key, as is pedestrian cyclists. I mean, it is about taking a complete street approach to making sure that all facets of this community benefit from this project. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to Jerry.
Jerry, before you begin, is everyone comfortable with waiting till the very end and then asking all the questions? Thank you. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning. So just what I want to go through, with the $1 billion investment, it's a great opportunity, but we have a lot of moving parts that we have to get in place in the next 2 years. And so I'm going to go through them, and then some of the key initiatives that a lot of it will be done concurrently as we're moving through. As Chris indicated, I'll go through the steps in the project, and then at the end, the critical path. And I think that's really what members of committee want to look at because of the tight timeline. But again, what a great opportunity that we have. And one of the key things is, in our our corporate culture, this is collective ownership from all departments. It can't be done in isolation, and you'll see that as we go through. So the project is the yellow is the B line, which is now from McMaster to Queenston. You have the A line, which is red, and it's going from King right down to the waterfront. The green is the GO connection that is coming later on in the project. The blue will be phase 2, the future development from the Queenston traffic circle to the Eastgate. The black is the pedestrian core connection, and I'm going to talk about each one of these as I go through in detail. And then you have I'll use this. Which one is this? There it is, right there. This will be the maintenance facility for where we will store the trains and do the maintenance. And I'll have a detailed slide on that as well. So general delivery model, as was indicated, it is a P3, public-private partnership. The methodology of design, build, finance, operate, and maintain is common for this type of project, and it's used in other areas. The 30-year concession or operating agreement is the amount of time that the investment for the proponent in order to ensure that it's handled properly, and it covers off the life of the project, what will be the depreciation that takes place, and then the renewal of the assets. That's very critical in all of this. Critical path, we have the memorandum of agreement. We have 30% design, but only on the B-line portion. So we have to do 30% on the other ones. EA has been done, but there will be additional EAs and EA amendments because of the change. The PSOS, as Chris talked about, this is probably one of the most critical documents. When we did the stadium, this is where we have significant input into what we want for the project. Because from this, the 30%, which is the PSOS, you then go out to get Project Co, the company to build it. So it's very critical that we have that. And then it's just the RFQ timelines, the RFP. So all of this is will take about 2 years in order to get the project ready to go. So here's the cross section, and again we talked about complete streets. This is what the ideal situation looks like for pedestrians, cyclists, automotives, and the LRT. From the MAC to the 403. This is a good concept for what we will have. From the 403 to Queenston, it will, because we don't have the corridor width, this will be the challenge. But again, these are the concepts that will be first in the front of every time we're doing the design to ensure that we're trying to adopt that complete streets process. So the B line from the Queenston traffic circle to McMaster, it's approximately 10.8 kilometers. The original length was 13.9, and again with the A line, and I'll talk about that, we still have basically the same distance of proposed LRT for the city. And again here you have it shows the main stops from the traffic circle onto McMaster. Some of the analysis, the McMaster station, we have studies that are going on. Because of the operations at the hospital, we have to ensure whatever we do doesn't disrupt the operations, specifically with it's a major microscope that they use there. And so we're doing studies to ensure that's being addressed. As I said, McMaster to 403, that is an LRT cross section. As I showed the complete streets, it's available. The width is available. From 403 to International Village, we have right to Queenston actually. We will have it could be side running where the trains will be located. We'll look at centering it versus putting it on one side or the other. That will be some of the design options. We may be required to acquire property in order for the LRT to go through. And it is, as was indicated earlier, presentations, very constrained. But again, that's all part of the process. They've been built in other areas, so we will continue to, look at other jurisdictions that have built it and piggyback on that as well. And then at the Queenston Traffic Circle, we have to then develop an interchange there of how we're going to handle that. So that will be part of the design. So again, each one of these we will look at in detail as we go through and develop the PSAS. A-line, this is new. So this this is 2.3 kilometers, and it goes right from King Street right down to the waterfront, connecting to the West Harbour GO station as well, which is part of what Metrolinx wanted to include. And the different stops will be developed as we go through. But again, this is brand new, the A-line. So we have to get the design done on this. We have to do an EA, amend it, and then what the corridor, how are we going to manage it through the stages? Again, with the existing businesses there, how do we address that? So all part of the process for the A-line, and this is similar on all of the jurisdictions. The next is the GO pedestrian. It's approximately it's approximately 490 meters, which is the distance that can be traveled between stops, and it connects right from the Hunter GO through to the McNabb terminal. Again, this is a conceptual only, wasn't part of the original plan when we went to Metrolinx, so full design to 30%, and we'll need an EA amendment as well. The maintenance storage facility. On the first slide I showed you, it must have been a mirror image, it was on the other side. But this is the correct location for the maintenance storage facility. What we're proposing is to put this, so this is, Birch Street here, and again Barton, and then this would be Sanford. So what we need is, you're going to put additional track down, and we have an option on land for building the facility here, and then the other plan is we have the existing 330 Wentworth, which will be used for future bus storage as well. So this is all down at the existing property we have in 330 Wentworth, which is just north of the CN tracks. So again, it's shared. Council has authorized the acquisition for purchasing property. We have to relocate the operations center, and this is something that will be key. In the operations center down there right now, if we replace it with the bus storage facility and the storage and maintenance facility for LRT, we have road operations, water operations, the call center is located there, central fleet, traffic, our energy office. Darts is in there, GO's in there. So GO will be leaving. They built their own facility, but these are all things that have to be looked at as well in parallel as we look at the LRT in order to ensure that we have the appropriate facility for the storage and maintenance. But again, for ongoing operations of city services, we have to come up with a new location as well. The Centennial GO Station, which is it's identified there. This will be in the future. Again, as it was indicated, the additional 0.2 million or billion was allocated for it, and it will be taking place, I believe, 2019 to be completed. What you see here is this will land here. We're dedicating the city 3.7 acres. This is our Kenora transfer station. We have property at the back that will be transferred in order to accommodate the building of the station and for parking. So it's a good partnership as well as we move forward. So the key is there's extensive traffic modeling that was completed by Steer Davies Gleave at the time of we went to the 30% design for the B line. So you will continue to have traffic management involved, but one of the key things is with the new routes and where the LRT is going to be located, we have to ensure that we're addressing all the areas surrounding it with respect to construction. So if we will be on King Street and then James Street, we want to ensure that all the surrounding roads have been adequately repaired and are in good shape, because we won't have any construction in that vicinity. So all of that logistics will be, as we go through this year's current capital budget, we'll be working on that as well. The transit, so the modeling of the LRT, so we know at the 30-year, they refer to as a concession and operating agreement, we have to realign the transit network to coincide with that. And again, so we had the 10-year local transit plan approved by council, and what we're now, as part of that plan, we were talking about bus rapid transit, but that will now, and we have the two options. So we are going now LRT and not bus, so that will be adjusted. And as we bring forward the capital budget this year for transit, we will incorporate that as well. So summary of work on the critical path, again, the 30% design and the EA amendments. And we now have to look at the revised areas where the LRT will be going. So it's now Queenston versus Eastgate. The A line is new. We know the King Street rate, and we want to take it right to the waterfront because of the significant investment council's making at the waterfront. How do we optimize it? Center lane, curb lane, expropriation, they will all be things we'll look at as we go through the design. And again, the traffic and transportation, John Mader's group, along with Dave Dixon, they're going to be very, very busy in the next 2 years for the modeling and how do we ensure that the transit system connects appropriately into the new system. Jason? Sorry.
Thanks, Jerry. So Chris, and there was some discussion this morning as well about the city building potential of the. That's what I'm going to speak about. And from the perspective of city building, really one of the most important things we can do is to pay close attention not just to the LRT, building of the LRT itself, but what we're doing around the corridor to maximize the potential for economic uplift. So one of the most critical pieces of work that we have to do in PED relates to making sure that we're positioning the city to really leverage those development opportunities that we have along the corridor. And that starts with pre-zoning. So pre-zoning means two things. One, it means making sure we have the minimum standards in place so that we aren't underbuilding potential development sites and losing potential uplift opportunities. And secondly, it means make sure we have in place the right maximum standards so that the kinds of development we do want when they come along can pass through the process with minimal fuss and minimal process. So the building blocks for this have already been laid. In 2012, Council adopted the corridor strategy for the main King-Queenston corridor. That was a result of 2 years of consultation, and it laid out the general uses as well as the density ranges for the corridor. So the work for planning to do now is to take those building blocks and turn that into zoning for the corridor. We're doing that. We're moving quickly on that. We've already started to develop a terms of reference for the work, and are looking to secure a consultant to assist with that. And it's not just the LRT corridor we're looking at. We're also looking at the new GO station. So Council's already approved a work plan and capital budget for a secondary plan for the Centennial neighbourhood, and that work will be coming to Council in the fall of 2016. So the goal of the pre-zoning work is to really make sure that we are having the corridor as development ready as it possibly can be. So I want to make sure that we're establishing zoning standards that are really based and grounded in a good understanding of what the market is and where the market lies. We don't want to just take a broad brush approach to the corridor and the zoning. We want to make sure it's reflective of true market conditions and what that potential is. So one of the pieces of work that my ECDev team and real estate team will be doing as an input to the zoning work is around market intelligence. So looking at some of the specific opportunity sites, some of the specific development sites, and looking at them the way a developer would look at them. So getting into the details of how are we going to address issues like parking and loading and access and transition to adjacent uses, so we make sure the zoning we're putting in place is really reflective of the actual development potential of those sites. Because like I said, the goal is that when we have the kinds of opportunities that we want to have on those sites, it should be able to get through the process without needing rezoning, preferably without needing any sort of minor variances. It should be a quick ride through the approvals process. Similarly, we don't want to pre-zone the corridor and then find out later that we have servicing constraints that are preventing us from getting the kind of development we want. So Council's already directed us to complete a downtown servicing strategy. That was part of the next development charges bylaw review. So work had already begun on that. We're modeling a pilot area in order to understand the level of analysis we have to do to understand the servicing needs on a parcel-by-parcel basis. So in light of the LRT announcement, we're going to be fast-tracking some of that work. We're going to broaden it beyond the downtown and include the full LRT corridor. Because we also want to make sure that we understand the servicing issues so that when the pipes are exposed, when pipes are being relocated, we can make decisions about whether or not we need to upsize any of them in order to meet the development potential we have, whether or not we need to pre-build any of the outlets, those sorts of things. So the growth management team is working, as I said, on that pilot area already. They'll be bringing to SMT in October the results of that pilot study and also a work plan and resourcing plan for how we can then extend that to the entire downtown area and to the LRT corridor. So the next 12 to 18 months is going to be a busy time putting in place the standards of the policies that we want to have in order to take advantage of the economic uplift opportunity of the LRT. It's an aggressive timeline, but it's also a long timeline. So there's a risk that development could come forward in the interim that could, as I said, underbuild sites, could build with a design that's not actually oriented to transit, not supportive of transit. And we don't want to lose these development opportunities. So it's our intent to bring forward for Council's consideration an interim control bylaw. This is a tool that the city has used before. It's a fairly common tool. It allows municipalities to restrict certain forms of development in certain geographies for a limited period of time while a planning study is underway. So while a planning study like this pre-zoning work is underway, you can bring forward the interim control bylaw measures. Lastly, from a planning perspective, maximizing the uplift from LRT, it's not just about land use and density. We also have to make sure we're getting the design right and the form right. So the vision for the corridor that's expressed in that council-approved corridor strategy talks about an active streetscape. It talks about being transit-oriented, being pedestrian-friendly. We want to make sure that we are articulating those in clear streetscape guidelines and a clear public realm plan. The LRT is also a good opportunity to start looking at complete streets and how we can actually leverage the opportunity of LRT to create complete streets. So that's the work that was done in 2012 stopped short of putting in place a streetscape master plan or any sort of public realm plan. So we want to pick up that work and make sure that the city is getting out in front of the PSOS document that Jerry spoke about. It's in that document we're going to have to be clear about what are the city's objectives in terms of landscaping, materiality, spacing of trees, all these sorts of things, and having a streetscape plan, public realm plan in place that the city has adopted will be a key input into making sure we get the kinds of standards and expectations on the eventual builder of the LRT line worked into that PSOS document. So the goal of all that planning work is to maximize the economic uplift, development uplift from the investment. There's been a lot of various studies about trying to quantify what that economic uplift might be, what's been experienced in other jurisdictions. The real key for me, in terms of the key message that I take out of all that work, is that the infrastructure development alone doesn't necessarily create the uplift. That we have to do the work around the corridor as a city in order to be able to maximize that uplift potential. What the LRT does is it creates the opportunity for us to do that. So there's various pieces of work that PED will need to be looking at. I mentioned a lot of the planning work in economic development as well. The enhanced regional connectivity that's created by the LRT investment as well as the GO investment is going to be a key part of the economic development strategy that Neil and his ECDEV team are going to be bringing to council in the fall or towards the end of the year. We'll also be looking at how we can market the development opportunities along the corridor as aggressively and as successfully as we have some of the opportunity sites in our business parks in our downtown area. And Chris mentioned that looking at community benefits agreements as well. We've started to have some conversation with Metrolinx about what those can deliver. Looking at how the procurement process can help us secure local employment, especially for some of our marginalized populations. In Eglinton, they worked a lot with labor unions to link the community benefits agreements to skills development, and also looking at opportunities to support entrepreneurs who might want to set up shops in some of the vacant storefronts along the corridor. So these are some of the things that we can see trying to develop through the community benefits agreements that we'd want to see as part of that MOU with Metrolinx. And then, of course, there's the opportunity to link to the waterfront as well. And the connection to GO, the connection to LRT will be a big part of the real estate disposition strategy that we'll be developing for the lands on Pier 7 and 8. And one of the issues that we hear often with major infrastructure projects like this, there's already been some conversation about it this morning, is the impacts on local businesses during the construction phase. So we've actually already started to have some conversations with Metrolinx about that, about what they've done in other areas. There's a lot that can be done around communication, around having community storefronts to be able to communicate what those construction schedules are, around construction management. and how to minimize impacts through construction management planning, and we'd expect to integrate some of that into the PSOS document. And then we'll also, through the economic development team, be talking to Metrolinx about some of the business support programs that can be put in place and that have been put in place in other cases in order to support businesses through the construction period. So lastly, the one piece I'll end on is that because economic development and economic uplift is such a big part of this investment, we do want to make sure that we're measuring how that has occurred. So ECDEV has already started to put together a bit of a methodology for doing an economic uplift impact study, establishing a 2015 baseline condition so we can see through annual or biannual reporting and calculation what the investment has done in terms of key indicators like assessment values, like DC revenues, like population growth, and those sorts of things. So we'll be able to monitor the benefits of the investment over time. So with that, I'll turn things over to Chris.
Thanks, Jason. Just a couple of more slides here. Just in terms of immediate next steps, we're focused very much on the memorandum of agreement with Metrolinx. The good news is that we have examples of these documents that have been generated for the Eglinton LRT in Toronto, as well as there is one that I think that's just come to pass in Mississauga. So we have some sense of the content of these documents and can reference them and improve. Finalizing the project office for the city. First thing I'll say is that unlike Red Hill, which was largely a transportation planning build project, which was out of Public Works, there's certainly obviously a transportation component to the LRT. But I think if we're going to focus on something that we should pay equal attention to, if not more, is the whole uplift, the growth benefits that accrue. So I can see this office being led through the Jason's department. Now, having said that, you can imagine that it will have the direct attention of all the GMs and myself in terms of making sure that this city building initiative gets all the required attention. Clearly, in terms of what is paid for, we're going to be sitting down with Bruce and his team and Andrew Hope, working through all the things that Metrolinx will pay for in terms of staff time and consultant time and everything of that nature. Those things that are beyond the actual building of the LRT will identify and bring to the committee for consideration. Steer Davies Gleave, you're well aware who they are. For the new councillors, this was the firm that did a lot of the work in our last 2 terms of council, helping us get to 30% design. As pointed out, they're instrumental in developing the transportation modeling that's gone on for this project, as well as assisting with EA work. So they were procured through an open approach, and so we'll be sitting down with Metrolinx, making sure that the scope of the work that we feel that they can help us with is accurate. I think it's important, though, to utilize a firm like this for the simple reason that time is ticking. We don't really have a lot of time to try and address all the things that need to be done, and so they're a known quantity to us and to the province, and so we want to advance the idea of using them. Engage consultants to assist with contract development. As pointed out, I think the PSOS and the MOA and any other contract work, I'd be asking Mike Zagaric and his team to take a bit of a lead on that, working with Jerry and all that he's learned with the stadium, and make sure that we have the best support possible to make sure that our documents speak to what they need to speak to. As pointed out in our report and in Appendix A, the LRT subcommittee, we need to get that formed, which is what we're recommending. It does, though, make specific mention of not just those that are directly affected by the LRT in wards 1 through 4, and of course the mayor, that we do have representation from other parts of this community, so whether it be the mountain or beyond. It's really important that we have a good cross-section of people on that committee to provide advice. And then engage necessary consultants for planning work. And so I think, as Jason is pointing out, there's a considerable amount of development work that's got to happen, from zoning through to land value capture to other matters. Now, where possible, if we can use the university to assist in some of this, we will. But the other thing I want to stress here in terms of making sure that we have all the right skills in the office, I'm highly cognizant of the fact that, the marketplace in Hamilton is warming up significantly, and we have the Neville report. There's a lot of work that's going on right now to make sure we're open for business. I don't want to leave anyone the impression that all of a sudden all those people who are focused on all the development activity that's taking place in this community all of a sudden are going to get pulled, into this particular direction, and all these other files which are critical to our success get, put on second place. So it's going to be important that we have, some of our own staff, but some outside support in order to make sure that we deliver the way that we can. Final slide, any project, whether it's an LRT, GO, or anything large or small, it really doesn't matter. It all boils down to time, money, and quality. Those are the three principal variables. Gary Moore has taught me well, and in terms of time, we are trying to work with the province to make sure that the contract for this is issued in this term of council, from this matter of this term of the provincial government, for probably fairly obvious reasons, but I'm going to tell you the amount of work that's involved in all of this is significant. To get to where we need to be on the design side in the matter of about 18 months will be nothing short of heroic, and I will just put on the record right now that I think that is an aggressive time frame, and one thing you don't want to ever do is just rush something to completion only to regret it later. That you didn't take care of everything you should have. From a money standpoint, obviously the $1.2 billion is coming from the province. They will be wanting to make sure that that money is spent on the matters which are germane to what it is that they're constructing, which is an LRT, so track, platforms, and trains and storage, as well as the GO station. Matters related to urban design, other things that we think are important to benefit the community, I expect they will be telling us they're on our nickel. So be prepared for that. And quality, which I'm telling you, between time and money is important. They are. Do not underestimate the importance of quality. We are building a transit corridor. It can't be all things to all people. It has to basically function as a highly effective transit corridor on King. And so we want to make sure that the design of that supports. And I know we've talked about, where was the L in LRT, and I just want to stress that the rapid in LRT is incredibly important. We must make sure that this thing does move relatively efficiently through that corridor. And so, the idea of that, all vehicles and parking and all of that is all going to be in left turns, is all going to be accommodated easily and still achieve the time that we need to, I think is not what's going to happen. I mean, at the end of the day, this thing has to be built right if it's going to generate the kind of economic benefit that we want. So I just say that, and with that, we will be happy to answer any and all of your questions.
Thank you, Chris. Can I make a suggestion that all three of you take your seats, because you will all have a microphone in front of you to answer questions instead of jockeying for the
we're all
microphone?
going to stand up here if you want.
No. Just for comfort
over
level
here?
as well. Why don't you just sit in your seats,
Okay.
and then they can direct their questions directly to you, and we're not jockeying around for microphones. We have a long list of questions, folks, so you're going to be happy to be more comfortable. And starting us off, Councillor Ferguson, and just to be clear, we are going to be asking questions not only of the presentation, but also 7.2 that's in your hot little hands, because this presentation is a reflection of 7.2. So, Councillor Ferguson, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I'm just going to start at the front of the report on 7.2 and just ask some questions from there. I think, first of all, it's exciting to see us start this. This is a game changer for the City of Hamilton, but it's going to be a long, probably painful trip for us to get to the station or get to the end of the ride on this. But it's going to be an exciting one too. So I'm going to direct all my questions to Chris, and Chris, you can bounce them to somebody else if you want to. At the start of the report and during your presentation, I don't think anybody would disagree that it would be desirable to have the A line run down to the waterfront. But I want to be sure that by approving 7.2 today, we're not committing to that until we know the cost.
Through Deputy Mayor, let me start by saying that the conversation with the province on the A line was based on an extending to the waterfront, and my understanding as well is that the cost would be on the tab of the province. So we will confirm that with you, but that is clearly my understanding, that this was to be built straight to the waterfront, of course connecting to the GO station, but extending forward to the waterfront.
Councillor?
Okay, because I heard the Premier say at the announcement at Master University, as you know, we were there, and she said to the GO station. And so just to repeat my question then, if we approve 7.2 as recommended, we are not committing that until we know the cost.
Chris?
Is that correct?
Well, then just for, the sake of suspenders and belts, then I would suggest that you may want to add that to the recommendation. If you're, I would just clarify the recommendation in that way, and it'll be abundantly clear when we sit down with Metrolinx what the city's council's concern was.
Okay, and so I think the answer to that question is yes, you are committing to it if we approve this the way it's written. And of course, that's different than what the Premier said. And of course, council resolution is that we get 100% of capital funding provided to us. And that's how council approved the project. And I just want to make sure we're not steering off that right now by approving this today.
Okay, so let's just get some more clarification. So
if I can, through you, all obviously due respect to the Premier, I think the priority has always been to the province that the LRT in Hamilton be connected to the GO system for a whole variety of reasons. But I'm telling you, the maps that we're using here in this presentation are Metrolinx maps. They do indicate that it does connect to the waterfront, and that has been the assumption ever since Bruce McQuaid and myself have been working on this file the last couple of months leading up to the announcement. So I appreciate what you're saying. I understand the confusion, but I can say that between certainly the administrations of both Metrolink and the city, the understanding has always been the connection down to the waterfront, but I understand your comment.
Okay, I'll think about amendment. And my fear, Chris, is that, through you, Madam Chairman, is that they're going to walk back to this, okay, boys, now you got to go in for $300 million. We put $1 billion here in for $300 million once we're into this thing, and we just got to make sure we're protected against that. And so I'll think about a possible amendment. I'll also be interested to hear what my council colleagues say about that. If I move on now to, I'm just going to go front to back. On page 7 of the report, and I heard you say it too, Chris, up in your presentation, that they're considering a design, build, finance, operate, and maintain delivery model for a 25 to 30-year concession. Does that mean then that this will be called as one big project and won't be broke up into a series of projects?
Chris?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor, my understanding at this moment in time is that they're going to tender it as one project and that it's not going to be broken up into individual parts. But that is something that I know the Mayor and myself will be meeting with Metrolinx tomorrow, including I.O., Bert Clark, to go over a number of details, but that's something that certainly we will be raising with them in terms of what will be their approach in terms of tendering this project.
Councillor?
Okay, and that should be a concern to all of us, because history is very clearly showing the bigger a project is, the less competitive it is, because people can't get bonding and financing, which means higher price. And I think we need to keep our eye on the ball on this one. They did the same thing with the stadium, one big contract, didn't shortlist any Canadian contractors, only international contractors. A French firm got it. And, this is a construction argument that's been going on for decades. The bigger the project, the more complex it is, the less competition, the more the price. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. On page 8, Chris, policy implications and legislative requirements at the bottom. State in the report, council may look at the area rating model for transit. The option of status quo will also be a consideration. What's that all about?
Chris?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, as you know, the Mayor's task force on transit is starting to unfold. We expect that through that process there'll be lots of opportunity to discuss transit in the city of Hamilton now and in the future. We expect through that process there may be some time spent on the matter of area rating so that we can educate folks in terms of what it means and get some of their feedback. But it is one of those topics that I think that does lend itself to being debated, not this term of council, but possibly next term of council. As I know it is a very thorny topic, and it's one that will be of some concern to all members of this council. So it could be that we just leave everything the way it is for this term of council, but as you well know, this is in your hands to decide whether or not you want to advance it now during this term or move it to next term. That's a political decision. I mean, we can support you in whatever way you want, but it's a topic that does lend itself to being put off until next term.
Thank you, Councillor.
Because it does make, I think, certainly the suburban people and maybe even the mountain people uneasy that they're going to have to, through this area rating debate, and it's off to the Citizens Committee, may expose us to a lot of the cost with, if any, little benefit. And so I'm hearing you suggest then, Chris, is that maybe we should move this out to the next term rather than do it this term in order to better understand what the cost implications are.
Chris?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think that's certainly one of the benefits of, citizens that are going to be engaged in transit discussions. We can benefit from what they're going to learn and tell us. So I don't think it's hard and fast that you have to deliberate on it this term.
Councillor?
Okay. So we'll pick up on that maybe later on then. And you're looking at adjusting the development charges and consider if we have some cost of paying this that will be funded by development charges. This is on page 9 on the second paragraph.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, certainly when we look at some of the infrastructure upgrades that are going to be likely required to accommodate growth, I mean, they do lend themselves to development charges applications. So, in cases where we can defend such actions, obviously we'll be doing that for you.
Councillor?
Okay. At the bottom of page 9, under analysis and rationale for recommendation of the financial considerations, it says that and there's a lot of unknowns in this, the potential financial implications could include capital project construction costs for public infrastructure that may be deemed by Metrolinx to be ineligible for project funds, such as potential accelerated road work. And so I think we understand that one. But the one that worries me is delaying of other priority capital projects as the capital budget and our staff resources are redirected to LRT projects. So does that mean some of us on the mountain or in the suburbs have the risk of losing the capital projects because LRT is now proceeding?
Chris?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, maybe this is, again, related more to what I said at the kind of my last slides. I mean, I do not want us, as a result of accommodating the LRT, to put everything else on hold or delay or anything of that nature. So these are all costs that we want to sit down and talk to the province about. We're here to accommodate their project, obviously one that we'll benefit from tremendously. So, I mean, it's a fair question for us to ask the province. It's not clear to me how they've dealt with it elsewhere, but, again, we're in a situation where there's tremendous momentum here. We do not want to all of a sudden find ourselves stalled because of staff resources being, diverted in any kind of substantial way to accommodate an LRT. So I think these are fair requests, and we want to get on top of them immediately so it's clear to you what it is that this means.
Councillor?
Okay. With the Red Hill Expressway, you set up a special project office, which is exactly what you're recommending to do here, so our regular staff can stay on their regular jobs and perform their regular work. I'm just, when I worry when I read this, that we told you way back on August 10th that we were going to be delaying other projects, and so you've already approved that by approving 7.2. So can you help us with that risk?
Thank you. Chris?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the short answer is that we need to put the resources in place, whether it be as a result of contract work that we agree to with outside parties or whatever. Our goal is to not slow down, negatively impede any of the work that is already on our desk or future work that's going to be coming through as a result of development in all the other wards that the LRT is not happening in. So the bottom line is that this thing has got to be resourced in such a way that it's that it does not have that negative consequence to you. I mean, that's just the bottom line, and that's the very clear message that we're going to send to the province. And you know, if they take the approach that they're just paying for the track, the platforms, and the trains, and the design associated with that, and have blinders on to all the other implications, then, you know, then we'll have some things to discuss with them. This is not meant to in any way, shape, or form have any kind of appreciable negative impact on development in this community.
Councillor?
If that's true, why did you put it in the report?
Chris?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Why was it put in the report?
Why was, if it's not your intention to hold up projects in other wards not affected by the LRT,
sure.
Why did you put this bullet, delaying of other priority capital projects, as capital budget and our staff resources are redirected to the LRT project? Yeah. That puts a little chill down the backs of areas that are not getting LRT, and it doesn't sound like that's what you intend to do.
Well,
so why did you put it in the report?
Well, as through you, Deputy Mayor, as you can imagine, this is a report that will be read by Metrolinx, and any fallout that comes from this report will be understood by Metrolinx. So what we're hearing in very clear terms from you, and I imagine it'll be from your colleagues as well, is that as this community accommodates LRT, that all other things that are important to our day-to-day lives not be ignored. And so that it'll be a very clear message that they support us financially to ensure that we have the resources necessary to make LRT successful and not impede all other progress. So I think that's what I hear you saying. We're putting it as a red flag, I think, to the province that this is a concern that we have as staff, and I think you have as elected officials. It's there really for that reason.
Councillor?
Okay, and I respect the fact that Metrolinx will be reading but so will our staff next time we ask for capital money for our respective wards. And who approved it understood there was going to be a drawback. So I don't know how we fix this so that, you know, Metrolinx get the right message, but our staff and we as members of council get a different message. It's best ambiguous now that I hear your reaction.
Well, through you, Deputy Mayor, just to further elaborate on the concern, it's if I take, for example, the conversation I had Steve Robichaud the other day, projects like this are once-in-a-career type projects. They tend to get the interest of the staff and certainly some of the people that have been top performers in your organization will see something like this and will be very interested in wanting to be part of it. I mean, where we can, we will ensure that work plans, accommodate the LRT, but not to the point of distracting the individual from all the other things that they're going to do. All I'm saying at the end of the day is I see ourselves having to probably retain some outside help as we build the office to make sure that all the land use and infrastructure work that's going to necessarily be done is accommodated by parties, probably many of which aren't here right now. If they do, in fact, involve some of our own staff, then we have to backfill for those positions that are going to be lost to the office. As much as possible, I'd like to see the work built into work plans that exist and don't dominate work plans, but in some cases you're going to have to sole source some people, not sole source, but you're going to have people 100% dedicated to the office and all the work that it's going to be doing. So, I mean, all I'm trying to do at the end of the day is that if you approve this, it doesn't mean that there is now an LRT excuse for why things aren't moving forward the way they should be.
Councillor, can you do me?
More appropriate.
Excuse me. Can you speak up a little bit? I'm seeing people trying to lean in so that, and we've tried to turn you up.
Stephanie, as loud as it'll go, because I'm barking right into
you, Madam Chairman, people are hearing the buzzing, so I turned it down to try it. I'd be happy to turn it back up.
Oh.
Yep, that might help. Thank you.
Okay, so
probably a more appropriate law would be to additional staff resources are going to be required to not affect other capital projects.
To Deputy Mayor, that's our intent. So,
I mean, bother you by a minute to put a motion to amend that?
I have no problem with that at all.
Okay, Councillor?
I'll second that, that's fair.
Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, now, if we come back, we heard two resolutions. I have one last point. I'm sorry, I'm dominating the conversation. The one that worries me talking the most, the quote in the next bullet, under the one of delaying capital projects. We may have to pay for financial incentives to support development along the LRT nodes and corridors. Isn't this exactly why we're doing it? Is to create an economic development uplift by having this state-of-the-art train that's going to improve city transit, rather than have to continue financial incentives along the whole route. We should be harvesting it and enjoying that economic uplift. So it really worries me, warming up the scope of things, to say that we may have to put economic incentives in place in order to get people to develop along the corridor.
Chris?
To you, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask Jason to elaborate a bit on that, but it's not, it wouldn't be unique here in Hamilton, I can say that. Go ahead, please.
Jason?
So through you, Madam Chair, one of the things we'll be looking at, we're reviewing the incentive program this year through the CIP program. So we started to look at how does the LRT project affect how we look at those incentive programs. And the conversation has largely been around can the incentives be used to accelerate some of the development opportunities that might otherwise be delayed on the other parts of the corridor? And can the incentives be used to incentivize forms of development that are more transit supportive, that take better advantage of the transit corridor? So those are the type of things that have been part of that discussion. You're absolutely right. I think the greatest incentive we can put in place is the existence of the corridor itself. We just want to make sure that we have all the suite of incentive programs that we already have in place, that they're cognizant of what the opportunities are placed together.
Councillor?
But you're telling us in this report, you're probably going to have to put some more cash in the dash in order to encourage people to develop along this corridor, which was the number one reason why we chose LRT, because of the economic uptake. So I'm very much worried about that. I may amend that too, or try to amend it. I'll see what other council colleagues say, because I'll have more questions and comments later. Give other people a chance now on that.
Thank you. So I have Mr. Mayor on next.
Thank you. I'm going to, first of all, move the recommendation and I'll speak to it. So if I could find a second or second, I'd be happy to have that happen. Thank you. So, I appreciate the questions. I think we had a pretty robust set of discussions along with the council on all of the content of the report. I think it does identify issues clearly that have to be addressed, and I think that's really kind of the foundation of what we're seeing here today is a kind of an identifier of things that we're going to have to do and work with that are going to be impacting how our communities will evolve this great opportunity. The one issue in terms of the distance between what used to go all the way to Eastgate and now is kind of converting to a spur down to the waterfront. And my understanding is that the distance is actually slightly shorter than the original distance all the way to Eastgate. So in terms of funding, I don't think there's any issue in terms of how that's going to evolve. Can you clarify that for us? Because I think that's an important issue. We're actually shorter now today than we were when we were going to Eastgate.
Right. Dear Deputy Mayor, and we're working with effectively $1 billion budget for the LRT. And so by ensuring that there's a connection to the new GO station at West Harbour, we felt it was important to make sure that this transit connection went all the way to the waterfront, given all the work that we're doing there. So I think there's a difference of about 0.3 of a kilometer between the original B line, which was from University out to Eastgate, to now what we have is a University to Queenston Circle, and then now a spur, if you will, that goes down the A1 corridor to the waterfront. So we're working with the same, overall roughly the same length, give or take 0.2, and in the same budget.
So, but it's 0.2 less, I understand. Thank you. And I think, but having said that, we've heard the concerns from others to have that confirmed. I think it would be helpful for us to have that confirmed by Metrolinx to make sure in the province of Ontario, but frankly, to make sure that we're all on the same page. But it makes perfect sense. On the issue of area rating, we did set aside the citizen jury process. We've already got terms of reference developed. Area rating was part of that ongoing discussion. So subcommittee. So I'm very content with those that are on it. I think it would be helpful to have some, I hate to use the word, but some suburban representation on the subcommittee as well, to make sure that we're looking at all the broader issues of how we grow our transit system. And this has always been about the growing of the entire transit system, not just the downtown D-line issue. So, and I'll leave that in the hands of council to kind of make a determination of how we include that, but certainly including the many of the organizations that have been part of getting us here. I think is going to be very important. So, and I had someone come up to me, a little earlier on and talk to me about neighborhood connections, and certainly we have a number of neighborhood associations. I think particularly annually if we have everyone on that committee, but I think it's important that the local councillors use the conduits through the local neighborhood associations to keep information flowing all the way through. And I think one of the biggest pieces that we're going to deal with throughout this entire exercise is communication. Communication, I think we know from the Waterloo experience and other communities that have gone through this, that communication is the key to evolving an understanding of what the purpose of all of this is, which is actually city building for the entire city, and continuing to communicate that in a very effective and aggressive way to ensure that the impacts that are going to be felt are being mitigated and listened to and considered all the way through the entire piece. So I'm appreciative of the report. I think it speaks to some of the issues that we're going to have to deal with, but I think predominantly, it's formative. Some of the issues that in terms of design, we've already got 30% design done. The report did clearly identify that Steers believe was doing the same work on the same race on issues that they've always previously bid for. So it's competitive and fair and reasonable and consistent to have them continue to do that. And the last piece for me, and it's a question of Metrolinx, and it's a bit of a demonstration of commitment, is and they've done this in other communities, and I would ask that you flow this through Metrolinx, and we'll certainly speak to that tomorrow, to have them bring a demonstration rail car and actually bring it to Hamilton, and it's essentially put right out in front of City Hall. This is what they've done in many other communities where light rail has been introduced. So I would ask that you communicate with Metrolinx and ask them. I know they have a vehicle that has been circulating, and certainly they can drop it in Hamilton. I think to let people know that this is not only good for Hamilton, this is what it looks like potentially, and we're continuing to work on that kind of broader vision that I think was the foundation of LRT in the first place. So thank you all for your great support. Staff has got a good formative report happening here. There are many questions yet to answer. Many questions yet to answer. I think it's premature to assume that they're all going to be covered in this one report, which is much more to do. But certainly the foundation of a good start is right here in this report, and I appreciate it.
Before we go to the next speaker, Mr. Mayor, do you want to make that as a formal amendment, or would you like that just to be staff direction to go to Metrolinx to ask for some sort of demonstration?
No, I'm good with some direction. I'll be speaking with them tomorrow as well. I'll raise it as an issue, but I think it doesn't need to be amended.
If they don't do that, I know they got the direction. Good. Thank you. All right, we've got Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I started off, I did ask a question earlier in the communities that I visited and the feedback I received, and I think one response I asked in the deputation was, well, light rail is supposed to get more people off, so you have to move with goods. I want to be clear that the experiences in the cities I visited is that they have very comprehensive transit systems. They have subways, they have streetcars, LRT, and yet they have huge trouble moving services and goods and people and vehicle traffic. So to suggest that all goes away because you have LRT isn't reality. So let's get down to zoning. One of the issues I've heard from many of these areas is be careful in regards to your zoning, that you're zoning a density that your capacity to move aligns nicely. So can I ask to Jason Thorne, are we going to build high density along this corridor? Are we looking more of a Paris model so we understand the capacity that we can move vehicles, people, and goods? Or are we just going to follow New York and so forth and look at high-rise along that corridor?
Through you, Madam Chair. The opportunities are going to vary along the corridor. There are some sites where there is appropriate for higher density and some for medium density. I think you raise a very good point, and I think that's why I mentioned the market intelligence report we want to do, which is not a typical input into a zoning exercise, but I think will be an important one into this zoning exercise. Because, as I said, we want to look at each of those sites as a developer would look at them. So not simply assign a use to a parcel, assign a height to a parcel and leave it at that, but actually look at the parcel from the standpoint of how would it accommodate parking, how would it accommodate access and loading will be a key one, how will it transition to adjacent uses, so that the zoning, it is going to be a bit of a parcel by parcel exercise, but the zoning actually anticipates a form of development that's viable from a market's perspective, that's attractive from a neighborhood perspective, and that's getting the most possible economic output out of the parcel that we can possibly get.
Councillors?
So, Madam Chair, I didn't have the answer to my question. Are we doing a modeling, a logarithm, to look at what our capacity is relative to different densities? What densities can we anticipate along this corridor, and what impact it will have on our capacity today, tomorrow, and into the future? And whether there's a capping of that density that will meet the capacity that we can afford.
So through you, Madam Chair, so the build-out potential for the corridor, once we look at what all the development potential is on the parcels, will certainly factor into both the traffic modeling as well as the service, the water, wastewater, sanitary service modeling. So to answer your question, yes, the implications for both people movement and goods movement in terms of traffic modeling will be considered once we actually see what the village population looks like.
Okay, the next question, which just nicely, is modeling. So there was modeling done on the west bed of Stone Church when the lane was built for James, Southern Mountain Study. I'm told by staff that the volume that west bed is 2.5 times the volume that was modeled. Stone Church is now significantly higher volume of traffic than was modeled. So to me, modeling is about many variables that if you don't have the right inputs, you're not going to get the right outputs. How am I going to be convinced that our so-called consultant is providing the proper modeling to reflect all the variables?
So as Steve indicated, the one responsible for assessing the modeling, and the point here is that obviously modeling is fundamentally critical, and the inputs are erroneous and the outputs are going to be obviously flawed. That modeling needs to be updated. There are some changes that have already occurred in the city that need to be reflected in the modeling. You point out about the impact of zoning on the transportation demand. The other thing I want to make sure you're aware of is that we've been directed by the House to look at an amendment to our official plan to reflect population employment growth to 2041. As you know, right now our official plan is to 2031. So all of that information obviously has to be correctly reflected in the modeling work, and I have confidence that the consultant that we're employing has got the very clearly established and will be updating it to reflect the current situation. So we do have a chance if there's any concern that we've got it wrong. We have every opportunity in working with the university, who does extensive modeling all throughout Ontario. If we wanted to, we can engage them in a peer review of the work that we have to ensure that not only have our consultants and staff get it right, that the third party, such as the university, could have a look at what our underlying assumptions are and whether or not the results that we're generating are realistic in light of our circumstances. So that's something that I know Christopher, could probably play a role in. We're talking to the university as part of some of the goods movement work modeling wrong, we can certainly engage them as a peer review because I need to be more confident to do that work.
So the question, and we've got modeling wrong on the Red Hills, Upper James, Westfit, Stone Church, we haven't got it right yet. So, it appears to me, or seems to me, in general public, is taking place in a vacuum and not. The general public do not get to do or have their own opportunity for assessment of the inputs that involves the modeling. And without that, they're like mushrooms, left and right. So how does the general public get comfortable? Because we're talking about fundamental issues that you're basing the whole design and development of the system around. And what's really key for me is the movement of goods and services in our community. So how do I go out to my community and convince them that the modeling is correct? And your view, when we've got so long in the past. So what engagement and involvement to ensure that the inputs to the modeling has an opportunity for the general public to see, be transparent, and provide any input if they feel that there's things missing.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, as pointed out, the communication now that this project is very real is going to be critical. I can tell you that having ran the Red Hill, we had some very technical work that was done in order to ensure that what we were building was going to be effective. Of course, it involved modeling of a whole variety of forms, not just transportation, but fluvial morphology and so on. What we did there, and we can do it here just as easily, is hold workshops for anyone that is interested in understanding how the model works, what the inputs to it are, and answer any questions that people might have. And have at that meeting, if you wish, to third parties that appear to speak to the confidence they have in the work that we're doing. I'd be really interested in sitting down to Councillor to understand what some of the perceptions are of some of our past modeling efforts have been in terms of where they failed. Because at the same time, I think they were quite instrumental in ensuring that we did make some critical infrastructure investments, and I believe for the most part we were bang on in terms of what we were predicting. So with that, I hear you loud and clear. We know who's going to be affected at the end of the day. It's your taxpayers, whether they're residents or business owners. And the more that they understand as to what the future will entail, through modeling, I think it's a great idea that give us a chance to explain the technical work so that they have their questions answered and they don't feel they're being kept in the dark on anything.
Thank you for that offer, Chris, for taking us offline for any past projects. So go ahead, Councillor.
So the issue for me then is to ensure that the inputs for the modeling is open and transparent for everybody to see. Some form of website, and then entertain any comments if there's any concerns with those inputs. That's what full transparency is about. I can tell you that the amount of traffic going through residential neighborhoods, because we got the modeling wrong, is significant in my area. Anything Upper James is avoided like the plague because of the traffic volumes. They utilize issues like Duff and all the way up to get over to Westfit, which now is taking about 2.5 times more traffic than was again modeled, and it's impacting neighborhoods. So we get this wrong. Neighborhoods will be impacted. So we need to get it right. We've got to make sure that the inputs are up there so that everybody can see and understand. And if there are things that we're not contemplating, may be caught by the community and at least have that dialogue. So I hope that we do that.
I'm seeing them shaking their head yes, we're in full agreement.
Now the next thing is, and I think Councillor Bergson was dead on. My biggest concern is that we have projects, whether it's in Benbrook, Glenbrook, Waterdown, Mountain, Ancaster, Dundas, Creek, and these are significant projects that our community rely on, and in some cases have been bumped once or twice already. What guarantee and insurance am I letting get that the plans that have already been articulated with each of the ward councillors in regards to what they can expect over the next 10 years in capital outlay is going to not be disrupted in any way by this process?
To you, Deputy Mayor, sure that the resources are in place to keep going with all the good work that's been going on for the last several years and will continue into the future throughout this community. We want to ensure we got staff doing that. It allows us to be adequate amount of resources to advance an LRT project of this scale. So that's what we're going to do, and that's what we are going to be talking to Metrolinx about in terms of what kinds of costs are they going to cover, and why would they provide us the financial support to ensure that we're able to sustain the good work that's been going on in this community, and that still at the same time deliver on a priority of the province and our community, and that's the LRT. So that's a simple message. We'll start tomorrow, and we'll report back as quickly as possible what the comments are and what we're going to do about it.
I appreciate it. It would be a bad start to alienate the majority of this community at the expense of great social at the LRT, and that's why this is so important to get it right. The next question I have is in Jason's presentation, I saw streetscape and complete streets. Is complete streets the new standard? If it is, when we start, how much more does it cost? Does that apply to the city? Does it apply across the city? When you build complete streets everywhere, the cost of location, that is in fact the case. And what do we do about all those urban communities, the neighborhoods that are within urban boundary that currently do not have sidewalks? I mean, I can't even get a sidewalk from Ockmar, a major arterial Fennel, to West Fifth, where you got a major institution with St. Joe's, Mohawk College, you got Ockmar, which we hope to make it very viable in the future, and yet we can't build sidewalks there, but we're going to start holding standards to complete sidewalks. I need to understand, is that geographic specific? Is that a new city? And what is the cost implication?
Jason, I think you can reiterate the complete street policy.
Yeah, through Madam Chair, and I think some of that is going to be, it is actually actively being discussed right now through the review of the transportation master plan, is how are we defining complete streets, where are the barriers for bringing complete streets. I agree with you, the sidewalks are going to be part of complete streets. We do have some models in the city for what that means, and Ghost Street and Castor Drive, one of the better examples of complete street we have right now in the city. So the point of my presentation was to suggest that when a street or streets are being construction being worked on through the streetscape master plan, public realm plan, we want to make sure that we've got a vision for how we want those streets to be rebuilt, to what standard we want them to be rebuilt. That's what I imagine us putting forward through those streetscape studies, so that can find its way into the PSOS and into the specifications that the project will be implemented.
So again, the question is how we assess the additional cost to do that, and what does that do to many of the people in this community that live in urban areas that we're going to spend additional money on expanded sidewalk, wider sidewalks, that's what complete streets are, versus in many areas within our community that are being begging for over the last number of years just to have a sidewalk. I just need to understand the cost implication, and again, will that delay us getting into those communities and doing sidewalks?
Sorry, just to clarify the cost implications on the LRT, Councillor?
If we're adopting this policy, I need to understand what the additional cost from the standard we have now. I want that broken out. I want to know and understand the implications citywide.
So is this complete streets also part of the funding coming from Metro? So go ahead.
So a couple points. First, when we develop the PSOS document, we'll get the details with respect to the design, the corridors, and we'll have a cost that the actual unit cost right now, I don't have that available. We can look into it. And with respect, so that's for the LRP, and that will come back to the committee. With respect to existing construction on the streets, we will incorporate the complete streets model as we redo it. We're not going in and redoing streets just for that. Again, it's something that we do with all of our asset management programs. We look at the complete corridor, so when we need water, main, sewer, roads. Again, that's when we look at the complete street model. How can it apply? If it can apply to sides one side. That's everything we consider when we
across the city. That's great. I still haven't seen the numbers, so if we're shifting gears from the current policies to something that is greater demand, obviously there's a financial cost to that. How do we assess what that cost is?
Chair? As we do the projects, we can provide what the impact is. We have a unit cost that they come in. So it's something that can be provided.
Sorry, Councillor, just let him finish his answer first. Thank you for finishing. Thank you.
We're talking about significant policy shift. That's going to have significant cost to the taxpayers, and maybe even allow to delay the project even further down the road. I think for transparency purposes, if we're going to shift our standards to a different level, and I'm not disputing whether we need to or not, but I think at the very least, instead of doing this piecemeal, the broader community need to understand what the financial implications are by going to this higher standard. So the fact that we haven't been able to assess that and cost it is scary, because how do I go back to my community and say, oh, by the way, we're going to incorporate complete streets all around these corridors, and it'll affect you as well, but we have no costing in regards to how we did it in the past and how we're going to do it in the future and what that tax implication is. Normally you do that. So if it's a 10% more cost on what we currently do, then you easily can derive a logarithm to figure out what those costs are. But to go blindly and say we're doing it, but oh, don't worry about the cost, we'll do that piecemeal, is unfair to the taxpayers of this community.
Okay. Jerry has promised to bring those costs back, correct?
Thank you. The bus barn may have to displace whether it's a call center or a number of other things that were in there, and darts as well. And if so, is there a cost implication to that, and where would they be accommodated if you had to displace them?
With regard to 330 Wentworth Street.
So Jerry will fill in whatever I don't comment on, but I think what will be directly impacted is the public works function. So I mean, what we intend on having at that location is LRT storage as well as bus storage, which I believe would include darts. And so what is displaced is all the other surface area that we use for public works purposes. So it's that yard, if you will, benefit that we have at this location that we're going to need Metrolinx to assist us with in terms of locating somewhere else, I would imagine in the lower city somewhere, to ensure that we don't start to incur exceptional service costs by locating a yard somewhere that's not central to the needs of the city. So we have some options, and we would expect, because it's being displaced by the LRT, that the province will be paying for it.
Thank you, Councillor.
I appreciate that answer. And the last question I have is, again, dovetailing on Councillor Ferguson's question. We all believed and we were all told that spending $1 billion of taxpayers' dollars along this corridor would create the uplift in itself. Now we're talking about possibility of offering incentives. Shouldn't we be looking at impediments versus incentives when the $1 billion expenditure is pretty significant investment and incentive along that corridor?
So, Jason, back to the development charges.
Yes, through Madam Chair. So, with respect to the incentives, as I said, what we'll be looking at is we have an existing suite of incentive programs. Are they the right suite, and are they targeted appropriately in order to, given that we do have the new LRT investment? And the one example I would give would be right now, as we provide deferral grants, those sorts of things for certain projects, there aren't requirements in terms of what sort of form those projects take. Are they orienting some commercial uses at ground floor? Are they providing shelter for pedestrians if they're in a station area? Those types of things might start to become consideration in our grants programs. Are there areas along the corridor where we can expedite development by looking at those geographies as new areas for our incentive programs? Those are the kinds of questions we want to ask ourselves as we're reviewing the incentives. In terms of disincentives, I think you're absolutely right. And we talked a little bit, Chris talked a little bit in his presentation about the Open for Business initiative. And certainly, removing barriers to development is something we're already working on. it is the whole basis for doing the pre-zoning of the corridor is to remove process from projects, the right kinds of projects that come along, so we aren't sending them through OPAs and rezonings and minor variances in order to get built. That is the theory behind, the philosophy behind having the corridor pre-zoned and developed ready from the outset.
I appreciate it. So I really want to focus on what impediments as opposed to offering more incentives. And actually, a question I did ask, and you asked me to say
That's right. I was going to remind you.
I'm going to do that now.
Mr. Zagar?
Mr. Zagar, so if land values go up significantly and you bought your house for $80,000 and say it goes up to $350,000, but your revenue hasn't changed, the only way you're going to realize that benefit is you're going to be forced to sell your home or you're going to pay higher taxes. Would that be a correct assessment?
Are you paying higher taxes, Mr. Zagar, if the value of your home jumps from $80,000 to $350,000?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if a property along the corridor experienced a higher than average assessment change, so for example, if the average assessment change for a property in that corridor over the reassessment period was 20% and the citywide average was 10%, those properties would experience a higher proportion of the tax burden. So there would be shifting from other properties across the municipality that were below that 10% average to those properties who were above the 10% average. So just in terms of the impact to those properties in the corridors, it will be subject to whether or not they are above the average or below the average in terms of reassessment. I should point out, because there was some discussion through the presentation and questions with respect to zoning, and just for a point of clarification as it relates to assessment. Assessment, and especially residential assessment, is based on current value appraisals. And so based on the level of market activity will dictate the change in assessment. As it relates to non-residential assessment, a property could be zoned differently than how it's used. So for instance, if a commercial property is used residential, that is how it's assessed. So the property could be non-conforming from a zoning position. However, from an assessment position, it will be assessed residential. So I just want to differentiate for the benefit of the committee as to how properties would be affected in terms of assessment versus zoning. So to the councillor's question in terms of the impact to a property owner with higher than average assessment, they would bear a higher proportion of the tax burden. However, they would gain in private equity, and as the councillor points out, if they exercise their option to sell, they would benefit from that gain in equity.
Thank you, Councillor.
So that's my point, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if there's a policy, or Mr. Manager, I don't know if we need to look at a policy to buffer that a bit, or if it's even possible, but I know that in my ward in Waterdown and other areas, with Mount Hope, we've had people that for a long time purchased a house for $80,000, now at $450,000, yes, they can benefit if they sell it. The problem is, that's the only way they get a benefit. Their salary hasn't gone up. Because they've, the assessment has increased dramatically higher than the average of the city of Hamilton, they've had a significant tax implication as a result of its increased assessments. So their only choice is to sell because they can't afford to stay in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Ward 6, Councillor Tom Jackson up next.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and Chris, Jerry, and Jason. Very thorough presentation. I'm just going to do a preamble comment and a few questions quickly, Madam Deputy Mayor. Jerry, could you just throw up, please, your second to last slide before Jason took over, please? I think it's the heading that says additional transit considerations. And as you do that, I'll just make my couple of comments, Madam Deputy Mayor. Before the Premier's announcement with LRT, I had trepidation, primarily for business owners and small business owners along the corridor potentially, and as a former small business owner myself, understanding margins and profit margins, how delicate they can be. In light of the Premier's announcement, I'm not standing in the way of this project. I'm supportive of the essence of Report 7.2, but I'm open to some of the suggestions like Councillor Ferguson has brought forward very appropriately. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, on the casualties, there's going to be casualties. I think we've already heard that from various organizations, whether they've been the BIAs, the Chamber, or just studies that have been done elsewhere. Who is going to communicate on a regular basis when the project gets underway? Because I can tell you that where there have been just basic road reconstructions that maybe take 6 months to a year, there is hardship for some business owners, and those are areas where sometimes there's access, sometimes access may be closed for a period of time, but there will be financial hardship. But those are only projects in the years I've been around that'll be maybe 6 months to a year maximum, maybe a little over a year if there's been extenuating circumstances. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, my point being, if this is going to be about a 3 to 5 to 7 year potential project, who in essence will be communicating to the business people along the corridors? Metrolinx, the Chamber, the BIA, this new task force, the new office of the city? Just a general answer, please, Madam Deputy Mayor, to whoever wants to start with that.
I think we'll start with our communications expert, is Mike Koppelus.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. To answer your question, I think simply, councillor, probably be all of the above. There are going to be dedicated staff from an LRT office perspective that will be within the city of Hamilton. There will also be, and I've had a conversation with Metrolinx's Vice President of Communications, Judy Pfeiffer, as recently as last Friday. They will be hiring communications staff that, as she put it, definitely know how to speak Hamilton, but understand the province of Ontario. There will be the liaising that we will do with the Chamber of Commerce as well. There will be no shortage of communication, and communication is the first thing that we're looking at doing. It's the first thing that Judy mentioned to me when she was here actually touring the route. So we did a drive along the route, understood what are some of the issues, what are some of the challenges. They do want to start communicating. They do want to start engaging with people. That'll happen via storefronts. It will happen via mailouts. It will happen via putting up signage along the corridor where the stops potentially will be. It will be a combination of all of that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Mike, thank you for that. I think that's at least encouraging for those that are listening, and as the project gets fully evolving and embarking on its way. I think that's important, because even if you think about the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the Lincoln Alexander Parkway, they were built in areas where we were just opening up a transportation corridor and weren't necessarily disrupting or affecting existing business owners along those corridors, because there really aren't any. So this is going to be entirely different that way. And I just, again, as a former small business owner, I just have a real feel for, there's going to be casualties, no question. It'll be to the number and the degree. And I've never really been given, from the Chamber, unless I've missed it, any official survey feedback of what the businesses along the corridor may be thinking or may be concerned about. But having said that, I'll move on to another question. Up here, did I hear, Jerry, in your adjustment of the 10-year local transit plan there, your third bullet point up there, did I hear and interpret correctly that once the LRT is built, maybe during and once it is built, you will make some adjustments so that the current conventional buses in our current network will be reallocated and used elsewhere where the demand is increasing for conventional transit, like on the mountain? Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Jerry for a comment.
Jerry?
For Deputy Mayor, the conventional transit, so in the 10-year plan we just approved, we're looking at addressing the deficiencies that are in the existing system. We're also addressing the service levels that Council approved. That will add service to the routes as well. And as we move through building the LRT, the system will continue to grow along with the LRT. It's something that Dave Dixon in his presentation we indicated. So we are ordering buses as we move forward to address those the deficiency service levels and the growth that we know will take place in the system. So when the LRT goes on, part of the PSOS that comes back, and the planning will be how the additional buses that were on King Street are going to be redeployed. That will all be part of it.
Jerry, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Jerry, General Manager Davis, I'm very encouraged to hear that. So no existing inventory in the system, and I know this is years away, but just looking down the road, no existing inventory for whoever's here will be taken out of the system without feedback and a report through to council. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Jerry. Is that what I heard, Jerry?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Mayor, I want to concur with Councillor Ferguson. If the total amount of the $1.1 billion announcement will cover off, from what the mayor has said, 3 kilometers less going to Eastgate now, and about 3 kilometers going down the spur down James North to the waterfront, if that will be encompassed within the existing budget, then I'm fully supportive. Otherwise, I believe that there should be, to the city manager, there should be at least a clause in there, a subject to, if the line, the spur to the waterfront, may impact local taxpayer dollars exclusively. I think some kind of report should be brought back, or that clause subject to should be incorporated. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to the city manager, just for that confirmation, Chris.
To you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I think just to make it abundantly clear, the expectation is that it will extend to the waterfront, and it's fully funded by the province of Ontario. And but to reinforce that, we can come up with some wording that reflects that clear.
Thank you, and I'll come to you, Councillor Jackson, to make that amendment at the appropriate time.
Okay, or I'll second Councillor Ferguson's, either way.
I've got Councillor Ferguson for 2 different amendments. I know you talked about the A-line, but they were about the service charges and development charges and the capital funds. So I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, and thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I didn't want to take his thunder because Councillor Ferguson had...
That's okay, take his thunder.
On the no delay in other projects, Chris, you were our quarterback, you were our project manager that successfully got the Red Hill Valley Parkway completed to hook up with the link and provide that continuum from the 403 to the QEW. And has provided, well, for most of us who supported it, provided the benefits we always believed it would come. But along the way, Chris, I remember from the regional days and the new city days, until the link and the Red Hill were open, as far as I can remember, and Gary Moore might want to jar my memory, but I believe there was no delay or no negative impact on other infrastructure projects that had to carry on and or communities, neighborhoods were waiting for. So again, Chris, I'm going to throw my oar in the water with Councillors Whitehead and Ferguson to ensure that this LRT project will not delay or bump out existing capital projects. So, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Chris, I know you've answered that, Chris, but I'm also throwing my oar in the water so that you just don't assume that maybe just a few of my colleagues have this concern. Chris, just a further comment, please.
Through Deputy Mayor, absolutely. Red Hill was a self-contained office. I mean, we had all the resources that we needed to deliver the project without affecting other projects in the region at the time. And so that's exactly how this project office is going to be structured, so that we have all the resources within our organization, within our office, and that it still allows the resources that need to be throughout the rest of the organization to deliver on other infrastructure, land use development, etc. So that's our going in position with the province. I'll just add though, just by way of Red Hill, Gary actually wore 2 hats. As manager of transportation, he was committed to Red Hill, but he also at the same time did manage to ensure all the other projects got done as well that was under his purview. So I think it's certainly doable. The message that you're sending to me, and I think our section in the report is having the desired effect. It's enunciating very clearly to staff and obviously to Metrolinx how important it is that we don't get delayed in any way, shape, or form because of all the good things that are happening right now in Hamilton. And as Jason, I think, pointed out, this open for business didn't mean open for business until LRT comes, and then, sorry, we're closed for business because we're all focused on the LRT. That was never the intent. So that communication will be loud and clear, I'm sure, starting tomorrow and moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, City Manager, for reinforcing and reiterating and providing that comfort level that I think a number of us have needed. My memory was on the mark in terms of remembering from Director Moore's days as well, working with you on that big project at that time, which roughly was about half the cost. I think memory serves me right. Red Hill was about 400 mil, the link was 2 to 250, so it's going to be about half of what this will be. Lastly, Madam Deputy Mayor, the cost of this office, to open the office, I get the importance of the office. We don't know roughly a range of the cost, Madam Deputy Mayor, due to the City Manager. Is that a further report coming back to us? And who's going to be occupying that office? Our people's, specially assigned people, the Mayor's Transit Panel people, the Subcommittee of Council people, the Chamber's Task Force people. Madam Deputy Mayor, through to Chris, please.
Thank you. Chris?
Sure, through you, Deputy Mayor. We don't know the cost just yet. I mean, the outline of the office, I think, is in your report. It will. There will be a director of the office, which we will recruit for. In the meantime, so that we don't delay any of the necessary work with the province, I will carry the ball until such time as the, and when I say I mean within the CMO, we'll carry the ball until such time as we put someone in charge of the office. Where we need to second, we'll second with the understanding that we'll backfill for those positions. And where we need to hire straight from the community, we will hire straight from the community. But the first place is to make sure that we're clear on what kind of costs we're staring at, because this office will evolve. I'll tell you that right now. Over the next 3 or 4 years, all the initial work we need to do will be of a certain variety. Once we get into the implementation, I can see the office changing a little bit to more to the needs of a project under construction. So yeah, we will be coming back to committee, the subcommittee that's formed with the total cost. Again, the office is going to be populated with people who are, administrators, if you will. In terms of those that are involved in the subcommittee, I mean, you should look at our office as a resource to that subcommittee. So I don't see having, the task force members of the chamber or whatever reporting to this working office. This office is here just to, answer questions and deliver on the project as it's been defined in our report. So not like Councillor, you'll recall, we were I think 6 people in the Red Hill office. This will likely be a little bit bigger, but we'll both be situated in hopefully one space in the downtown with our provincial counterparts, so that we'll be physically together. I don't see us being huge, but we will report to the subcommittee on who's there, who will be in the office, and what the cost will be.
Thank you,
City Manager, thank you, and thank you, City Manager, and Jerry and Jason. We're in excellent hands with the 3 of you quarterbacking this file from here on in. Madam Deputy Mayor, just to finish on a very, very positive note, I was out of town on the weekend with a number of people, and they said a lot of interesting, exciting things, Tom, happening in Hamilton. I said, you know what? It's an exciting time to be in the city of Hamilton. It's almost like it's our turn, and everybody is paying attention to us, and this will continue that momentum. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And last on the list is Councillor Farr for a few questions.
Thank you. I probably have just a little more than a few, but well less than a dozen. I'm glad there's a lot of support and everyone sees the bigger picture, and certainly by anybody who was on the last term of council or subsequent terms, it's been a heck of a ride, and obviously none of us are burying our heads in a 403 mudslide and pretending that it's not going to still see impacts here and there, particularly where it affects the small business. So I'm really glad that there's been an emphasis there. And in particular with our presentation from Keenan earlier, who said in his delegation that it's been all thumbs up, it's been all positive from what he's hearing from the members, but quite obviously the BIA, Madam Chair, and their input here today and what I've heard prior to today since the announcement from Kathleen Wynne. And if I can just focus on that, because it's our impression that the BIAs, at least the ones that I deal with, want to know what their members' options are and what they are now. I mean, they're aware that shovels don't hit the ground until 2 or 3 years, but they're being inundated. They're being inundated at the board level and when they walk the streets. And just the two that appeared before us with Susie, business people, and it's really important for them to communicate and for us then to communicate with them. And so when Mike Koppoulos answers Councillor Jackson just earlier and says, quote, no shortage of communication, end quote, extremely reassuring not only to me, but I'm sure to them. Because he's good at what he does, and I know he realizes that it can be quite impactful if we don't now start communicating as best we can. And where we can't answer questions, we can't answer questions, and that's clear and really going. There's going to be occasion there. But to help our executive directors of our BIAs and our members of the chamber communicate back, and that's more than just show up to our subcommittee that we'll formally recognize with today's motion and one part of that motion too. So that was going to be a question, but I'm very assured now that I've had colleagues before me ask those questions. So just that was a quick preamble off the top. Through you to Jason Thorne. On the interim control measures, and Kathy Drew brought this up along with Susie with their presentation. So I promised I'd pass it along. You re-mentioned it. Are you aware of any current developments where you see, or maybe even a pending approval coming through our Planning and Economic Development Committee, where it may not meet our desires, where interim control measures may be advantageous in your opinion, or is there anything happening now where you see interim control measures as an issue through you?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. I couldn't give you an example of one that's actually an active application. I can tell you we have had at least one, probably two, that have come forward as interested proponents who were considering an application that did not turn into an application but would have been of concern if they had come forward.
And so we can better understand this, because I think you really highlighted this in your presentation, and it's clear that our BIAs downtown anyway are very interested in engaging on interim control measures. Can you just reiterate through you, Chair, why it's significant to move sooner rather than later, but also not allow something that could be intimidating sounding anyways to interfere with ongoing development?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So when you look at the current zoning, the downtown is actually less of an issue, because in the downtown core we've got the 05200 zoning standards in place that do establish I would think appropriate zoning standards, appropriate requirements around form that would be transit supportive. It's once we get outside that area on other parts of the corridor where the 05200 standards have not yet been put in place, where I think some more of the concerns come. So, for example, in a number of the parcels fronting onto the corridor, we have age zoning, we have zoning that permits single-family housing, zoning that permits car dealerships, fast food takeout restaurants, things of that nature, which we would not want to see coming forward on some of the vacant parcels that we've got right now that could be put to a higher and better use. So those are the kinds of applications that there's concerns about. With an interim control bylaw, it's not. It can be crafted. It's a fairly flexible tool in how you craft it. It doesn't necessarily say, okay, well, nothing can get approved. It can be defined to certain locations within an area. It can be defined, for example, around station areas around the entire corridor, and it can also be assigned to certain classes of development. So one example where it was used on St. Clair in Toronto, it only applied to drive-through restaurants. It didn't apply to all forms of development. Where it's been used in Hamilton on the Bayfront, with the in the K zoning, it only applied. My understanding was to waste facilities. So it can be targeted to certain geographies or certain classes of land uses that are the ones that are of concern.
Great, thank you, Jay. I think that was helpful. Through you, Madam Chair, back to Jay and maybe to our city manager. Just on the economic uplift, to Chris, you said, quote, where possible, use the university, end quote. You said that in your presentation. So we've worked with MITL in the past. I think Chris is still here. He's still here. And, you read this report, and I don't have a page reference, Chair, but I think it's a little over $2 million to secure, once again, for like a phase 2 consulting term, Steer Davies, with work that they can continue or build on, or new works required as it relates to environmental assessments or conceptuals that were referenced here today, and quite obviously a lot of other work under a $2-point-something million bill from these consultants. Is it possible for you to report back on, since we're talking a lot about the expenditure today and how we may be impacted municipally, and hopefully we won't be, where people like the good people of MITL who we've worked with in the past, and they have a great relationship. In fact, I think Neil Everson sits on the board, if I'm not mistaken, or did recently, how we can utilize their services even at a much smaller cost probably than a Steer Davies in certain aspects moving forward, and offset some of that higher cost for consultants like Steer Davies. We looked at those kinds of local relationships, understanding, and to go full circle on a long-winded question, Madam Chair, you said, Chris, where possible, use the university.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, the short answer, of course, is yes, we can report back. And sitting down with Chris and Pavlos and others, it's not just about scope of work they could do with us, as we point out, peer reviewing our modeling work or whatever else we might entail. It's also making sure, though, that they're able to provide service in a very timely way, because as I pointed out, we've got to the end of this term of council to try to get everything done. So I would hope that, when we report back, we can identify scope, we can identify cost, and we can also identify timeliness. And if I can just take a little bit of latitude with your question, there was a comment made earlier about affordable housing, and that how rising assessment and rising taxes are going to have a negative impact on those people that have a rough time of paying for everything right now. You may recall there was I think a direction that was provided by yourself, and I think was supported by Councillor Collins, that spoke to making sure that future growth did include affordability. And especially when we're talking about a corridor like this, and there's tremendous economic potential, I would like to work with Chris and other development or land use staff within the university to help us look at other examples of where communities have integrated affordable housing into their development, not unlike what you see down in the States. I know Washington, and there's other communities. We have a chance, I think, to look at some of the best housing policies that have been developed in this country, and working with Jillian and her team and our land use planners and some outside support from the university, really come up with, I think, what will be very thoughtful, well-incented development along this corridor that speaks to all the needs of this community.
Thank you, Chris. I don't know, you must have very good eyes, because that was exactly what I was going to bring up next. So you've already answered that by using the latitude, because I know it was Councillor Collins who moved, I seconded, and I believe it was Planning Committee where we're already looking with the waterfront development pending, where we have a lot of ownership currently. We moved that staff report back to us on steps that we could take as a municipality to ensure that affordability. So my question was going to be, and you must have seen it, just expand that footprint. And I'm glad to hear that you're already working on all kinds of concepts that we can be reported back on, providing opportunities for seniors, families, inclusionary zoning, I'm sure we could touch on, things like that, which maybe we should have contemplated a heck of a lot earlier. Maybe we were, but now we can formalize that. So really happy you expanded on that, Chris. It was literally my next question. So on the time, money, quality issue, and the comments you made, Chris, and what we've already heard around the table, actually I don't even need to ask the question. It's been asked a couple of times. I just want my colleagues to know that I'm also concerned as a Ward 2 councillor that other priorities are knocked off the pecking order in order to accomplish this. So as much as those around the city that maybe are not directly impacted by the LRT, I can at least tell you as one councillor who is, quite obviously, that's something I'm also looking at and watching for. So I think it's actually a universal concern. So I won't get into that. I think it's been addressed well enough. On the additional staff resources versus consultants, I guess I sort of already hit that. I may have some comments on that, and I'm glad Councillor Ferguson brought it up. And Councillor Ferguson, has shown an interest over a couple of terms now, is interested in being part of our subcommittee. I'd be more than happy to move that he do that. but he's got a few motions, and one is about that. The other is on the incentives. And I would be inclined to hold off on supporting the removing any incentives today, if that's something Councillor Ferguson would consider, or maybe has already, now that he's heard the conversation as well, and be more inclined to have staff report back sooner rather than later on what exactly this means, how we can better understand it. Jason's already made some comments that help me better understand when he talks about incentives along the routes, like providing incentives to people who actually build according to accommodating use of the station, whether it's bike racks or parking or stuff like that. I get that, but I'm sure there's more to this, and to better understand it would help me. But I absolutely, positively understand where Councillor Ferguson was coming from off the top. The LRT should and is incentive enough, but I think there's more to it, and I'd be comfortable if we could table that and wait for staff to report back sooner rather than later. The demo rail car that I heard our mayor talking about, and he's talked about it in the past, fabulous idea. I'd love to park it for years out front City Hall. I think, not officially, but Super Crawl weekend, we're going to have an opportunity, if you've probably already heard this too, and I probably shouldn't be announcing it, I'll let the Super Crawl Productions people do that. But there's an incentive if you really want to see an LRT car up close and climb inside. I believe you're going to have that opportunity at Super Crawl September 10th, 11th, and 12th. Finally, through you, Chair, you know what, that's the waterfront question. I think we've hit enough on that too. My understanding, being at the announcement along with others around this table, when the Premier had her occasion at McMaster University to bring a big smile to our many, many, many citizens who've been waiting a long time for this, that she was only speaking to the GO station, the 8-line connector north, as far as that. Of course, it is called the West Harbour Station, so she may have felt that it was on the harbour, but and not intrinsically understanding our plans to go to the end of James. So one way or the other, I agree that it needs to appreciate the original intent of the A-line northerly destination, and I have confidence we're going to make that work. Really looking forward to the subcommittee and passing, especially here today, the terms of reference for that, and being part of that, and appreciate the time now.
Actually, if you don't mind, Councillor Farr, I believe that Mike Kirkopoulos would like to expand on your question of the business improvement areas and how they would help mitigate some of the concerns that they have. Mike?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think further to the councillor's question, and something that just came to mind when you were talking is, you know, what we should be probably doing proactively, and I know the Chamber has invited us, it's probably going to each of the BIAs, definitely the downtown and International Village, and talking with Susie and Kathy. But beyond that, going to all the BIAs in the next little while, also traveling roadshow of sorts, answering what we do know and what we don't know, and then taking questions.
That's great, and you know what, there was a tweet earlier today, Mike, something for your consideration as well, and I think it's a good idea to somehow get some commitment from all across the line, and even those who may be interested outside of the line, our neighborhood associations as well, so we should reach out to the NAM.
I was going to suggest that as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Before we go to second-time speakers, Councillor Ferguson, you have a couple of amendments. Would you like to wait until second-time speakers, and then we'll do the amendments?
I'm at your mercy.
Okay, so Councillor Whitehead has second-time question.
Just one question I didn't fail to ask. In the next 10 years, I know that it's very important for and certainly the councils represent to understand and appreciate what is going to be transpiring in the transit system as we move forward with this very great project with the LRT. It's been talked about in the past. When you build the house, you build the foundation first, and then the roof. Unfortunately, we got the funding for the LRT, or fortunately, I should say, we got it in advance of building the foundation. And what I mean by that is not only you have a very comprehensive transit network that feeds that LRT system. Do we have that now? And if we don't have that now, when will we have it?
Who would like to answer that? Still testing portion.
Through the chair, with the 10-year plan, we had the two options. One with respect to LRT coming at a later date, and one using the buses for the system. Now that we know we have LRT, we will build the system around, so when it comes online, the transit system will be in place to address it and meet the community so they can use the LRT.
So again, the question is, because it was identified in the 10-year plan that we didn't necessarily have currently a feeder system for the LRT, and then we're going to build towards that. In the absence of that now, obviously we need to develop or start developing that in the future. So what plans are in place today or tomorrow to build a very comprehensive feeder system from all areas of the city into the LRT system?
Through the chair, when we bring back this year's capital budget and our operating budget, the 10-year transit plan will incorporate that into it, so council will have a chance to review it. So as this announcement came through, including the A lines, where we can put the maintenance storage facility, all of that will be built in. So the transit plan that was approved by council will continue to evolve, and that will be brought forward every year as part of the operating budget and capital budget for the program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, we're coming back to you now for some... Oh, actually, before we start, can I have a motion, please, to receive the presentation from our three amigos? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Marilla, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, I'm coming back to you for some amendments, please.
I have three amendments. And,
three amendments.
Yes, ma'am. And I've just been working with the clerk.
Chief Ice, Steve, and I cannot
amend the staff recommendation. Can't hear me?
Now we can, thank you.
Staff or that we cannot change the report. We can only amend the motion. So I'm going to make an attempt to do this on the three. The three are that I got a lot of comfort when the mayor asked Chris the question. I didn't realize it's actually shorter the A-line part than from the Queenston Circle to the Eastgate. But just to make it abundantly clear, and according to the clerks, this is how I have to word it, that section C of the report, to add the following at the end of it, after the word facility, subject to the A-line extension to the waterfront, be included in the original $1.2 million budget to be fully funded by the province. I think Councillor Jackson wanted to second that.
Okay, so moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Jackson, that subject to C be amended to subject to the A-line being included in the Metrolinx funding, correct?
Correct.
Okay, any questions, any concerns? Mr. Mayor?
So subject to what? What do you mean? What do you mean by subject to?
Subject to means that we won't be turning to Hamilton taxpayers to fund that. It's part of the total budget of the I thought it was $1 billion, but 1.2 because that includes the GO train, also extension out to Parkway. That, and I'm feeling more comfort because it's actually a shorter distance. But it's we extend it to the waterfront, subject to it being part of the total $1.2 million.
It's just to confirm that the A-line is included in the Metrolinx
okay,
funding.
So I mean, your intent is to have Metrolinx confirm that, that all the way to the waterfront is part of the overall budget.
Right.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Number 1 amendment, carried. Anyone opposed? Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, number 2.
And I didn't finish this up with the clerk, so I'm going to let her touch it up afterwards, but she understands where I'm trying to go. This is the second bullet on page 10, and according to Stephanie, I have to make this recommendation F.
Okay.
And it means that no additional staff, or we understand that additional staff will be required to avoid other capital projects in the city being delayed.
Okay, no additional staff.
I think Councillor Rula wanted to second that one.
Okay, just a second. No additional staff be required.
No, that additional staff may be required in order to avoid other capital projects being delayed.
To avoid. Thank you.
I think Stephanie has the gist of it, but she wants to put something towards the fact that staff be directed.
So, Stephanie, does that additional staff be required to avoid?
May be required.
May be required, sorry, that may be required.
Through you, Madam Chairman, right now as it currently reads, it's a statement, it's not any direction.
As a recommendation.
Yeah, it's just
so we're
a
pulling it
statement
out.
saying that additional staff may be required. So
to avoid other capital projects.
Right.
being delayed.
So you are asking staff to report back on any additional staff that might be required?
Okay, maybe that should be at the beginning then.
Okay, I'll do it that way. Thank you.
So that should be at the beginning. And Councillor Marula is going to second it. I heard loud and clear, and Councillor Whitehead would like to speak to it.
I was wondering if we can incorporate under a principle that that may be tied into this, or maybe a separate piece, but that that at no time this project should impact on our current capital plans.
That's what I said.
Well, you're
And we can tweak this at a council. I'm going to let clerks work on it. Stephanie knows where we want to go to, that no other projects be delayed as a result of this.
Right.
But I think yours was focused on the staffing. I wanted to just make it a little broader. So that was the difference.
No, I understand that, but I understand what Councillor Whitehead is saying, that we're focusing on additional staff so that no other capital projects be delayed. I think Councillor Whitehead just wants it all put together a little bit more neater, that no capital projects be delayed, period, regardless whether we have
depends
additional.
on budgets and.
Well, of course, but not because of the
Not because of this, though.
Okay. All right, so why don't we leave the wording as is, and that council, that if you have some concerns with it, we can go from there. So, moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Marula. All those in favor for amendment number 2? Thank you. Now your third one.
My third one
That's all
has
you
to
get.
deal with the third bullet on page 10 about financial incentives. I just don't want to paint the picture that we're ready at this time to go with financial incentives, because the whole purpose of LRT was to get an economic development uplift. It may be required in the future. I would like to strike that third bullet, but once again, Stephanie says that
Okay.
I'd like to move then that that at this time, I think that's important to Jason, because I heard him mention this, that at this time, staff be directed to not offer financial incentives along or near the LRT nodes and corridor area. And if I can get a second to it, I'll speak to it.
Okay, Conley, thank you.
Okay.
Yep, got you down.
So, Madam Chair, what I'm trying to do is I want to harvest the benefits of spending $1 billion in LRT, which is to get a big economic uplift along the road. I don't want to get into this trap where we're starting to offer incentives for people to go there. The incentives is a $1 billion LRT program. Now, things may change, and that's why I put right in the motion at this time. Staff can come back at a later date and say, here's some new information, so maybe we should be looking at financial incentives. I'm willing to look at it now, but I don't want to warm the stovepipe up at this time that we're going to offer financial incentives.
And I understand that. I heard Councillor Farr say earlier that he feels that this is just a little bit premature. Are you more comfortable with, maybe, I'm just a suggestion, that we soften the wording up a little bit, that staff come back with a report of whether incentives should be offered? Would that be a little bit more softer? Chris?
Just if I can, to you, Deputy Mayor, I think it's important to realize what's in place already. So Jason can just elaborate on this.
All right, Jason?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor, just to be clear, because we already do offer a number of incentives within our CIP program that do align with the LRT corridor and the node. So if what I'm hearing that it's no new programs be instituted along the LRT corridor and the nodes, that's...
Okay, so hang on a second, just to be clear what we're discussing first. Councillor Ferguson's amendment was that we take page 10, third bullet point, that no new incentives be proposed at this time. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. Thank you.
A new section F, that at this time, that staff be directed that no new offer of financial incentives along the LRT route be offered at this time.
Okay, and I believe this is G. Thank you. So that's the amendment now, that no new incentives be entertained at this time. So I had Councillor Farr, Marula, the Mayor, and Councillor Pearson. You're good. Okay, so you're good. Anyone else wants to speak to the new amendment? Councillor Farr, you were first anyways. Councillor Marula, I'll come to you in a minute if you still want to speak.
Just again, I'm just a little nervous about this one, and I totally understand and appreciate where the mover and the seconder are coming from. It should be incentive enough. Understand that. Also appreciate and understand completely the current incentives that exist, so I'm glad we covered that. It's just that we have only just touched on this topic. I heard staff say during the report and answering some questions from colleagues, Madam Chair, that it is not unique to Hamilton to consider incentives where these LRT, particularly the stations, are concerned. They mentioned it a few times. So through you to Jason and or Chris, just to be absolutely clear, what were we hearing there, and would it not be advantageous, in my opinion, understanding again the principles behind the fact that LRT is incentive enough, to get a quick report back to us on what you mean by this third bullet on 10 of the 16?
Okay, Jason, would you like to tackle that, please?
Yes, through the deputy mayor, be happy to report back in terms of what some of those options might look like in terms of the incentive programs. We've seen in other jurisdictions, in some cases they would take programs very similar to our existing programs, and rather than apply them across an entire area, like across the entire downtown, for example, they may earmark them to station areas. That's one way that sort of the incentive programs could be aligned with the LRT investment. As I mentioned, there's also looking at whether or not there are design and urban form requirements that have to be met in order to access, again, that could be access existing programs or access any new programs that tie it to a transit supportive design. Those are the types of things that could be looked at. We are already reviewing the incentive programs through the CIP program. So I would anticipate that if there were any changes to the incentive programs coming forward, either related to the LRT or not, related to other considerations, that those could come forward through the CIP program.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farr.
I'm glad I asked through you, Chair. When is the review for the incentive program expected?
Thank you. Review for the...
Through you, Deputy Mayor, Glenn's not here, but I believe we were targeting for Q4 of this year to actually bring forward some recommendations.
Okay.
And I'm hearing then that this particular motion could tie in then? Now we factor in LRT through
Jason?
Could
this amendment hurt or help?
We could certainly, if council wanted to direct us to only consider any sorts of changes to the incentive programs or new incentive programs within that broader comprehensive review of all the CIP programs, whether those changes are, as I said, related to the LRT or related to other considerations, we could certainly do it. That's how I imagine we would bring it forward anyways, is as part of a package, a comprehensive CIP incentive program package, as opposed to one-offs.
Councillor Farr?
And when you're talking about these kinds of incentives that you've seen elsewhere, that are created elsewhere, that are not unique to Hamilton, this third bullet, it happens elsewhere. I think, Chris, you mentioned it. It's not 100% off DC type incentives you're talking about. I'm hearing things like design. So how you make your medium density building along the Sherman station compatible to the station itself and your design, and will provide you an incentive. It's more that you're talking about?
Jason?
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, that would be one option. For example, if you're looking at facade programs, that could include, pedestrian awnings, things like that could be encouraged. It could also be a criteria for accessing existing incentive programs. That if you're
Sorry, Jay, say that slower.
It could be a criteria for accessing existing incentive programs. So if you're looking to access one of our existing incentive programs and you're within 250 meters of a transit station, there may be some requirements in terms of the form and design of the building. Could be a criteria for accessing those programs.
So, Madam Chair, just if I go back to my original question here, it sounds to me like there's a bunch of things we can be reported back on as it relates to this particular topic, and in short order. So if somebody like Jason or one of his staff can spell it out for us, what we mean by this third bullet, as opposed to unilaterally making the decision now. And I also appreciate that the mover and seconder are talking about, not preventing ourselves from revisiting in the future, but there's no real clarity there for me at this point either. So through you to Jay, is it not something that you might suggest we park for a little bit here and get a report specific to this issue?
Mr. Thorne?
Through the Deputy Mayor, if Council wishes, we can certainly report back on what some of those options might look like, and what some other jurisdictions have done related to transit corridors and incentive programs.
Councillor? Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Marula second. Did you still want to speak, sir?
Just quickly, Madam Chair, what I want to emphasize is that no new program means that we can realign an existing program without it being defined as new. And I think that's what Jason is elaborating to, is that we have existing programs that might be tweaked in order to enhance or provide those incentives needed, but not necessarily a new program with a new envelope of money. So it is somewhat convoluted and something we might want to address through a report back before making any type of definitive decision today. So if I could respectfully ask that Councillor Ferguson do that, that'd be great.
Okay, just a second, because I've got the mover here that's waving his hand, so I'm asking the person who's got the floor. He's referring over to the Councillor Ferguson. What is your thought?
That's why I think I've covered off by saying no new one at this time.
Okay.
If the Director of Economic or the General Manager of Economic Development Planning is back with a new proposal in December, then that's fine. But at this time, I just don't want it embedded in here. I don't want the public and everyone to think that we've warmed up the stovepipe to start offering a new incentive for people to redevelop along the LRT corridor.
And I think Mr. Thorne has specifically stated that there are no new
Right.
programs. What will occur is that existing programs focused.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so, Madam Clerk, we've got an amendment on the floor. We've just had some discussion. What is your direction?
Madam Chairman, there is an option that may make everybody happy, is that Councillor Ferguson's motion that no new additional funding be put in place or incentive be put in place as G, and then, because it says at this time, you can change it at the next GIC.
Sure.
And then H, that staff be directed to report back to GIC respect.
Can I just make a suggestion, because they've already said it's coming back in September. Keep the amendment as is, subject to the staff review in Q3. Is it Q3 or Q4? Q4. So it's covering off your bases?
As long as committee's happy on it.
Yep. Your amendment says no cash incentives right now, subject to the review. No new cash incentives at this time.
At this time, I think that covers it off.
Period.
They can come back again in September, December, whenever they want, with something new. I just want that third bullet on page 10 to not stand there.
Okay, I just want to get some comfort level here. So, Councillor Marilla, you still have the chair.
I'm fine at this point, and I will support it as it presently stands.
Okay.
And we'll go.
And I have the mayor, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Whitehead.
So just to cover up, I mean, I think it makes more sense to have our staff report back on the whole incentive issue. I mean, some are monetary, some are non-monetary. I mean, it's really all about the objective of making LRT work in our broader community. So to kind of characterize all incentive as monetary or cash is, I think, kind of defeating the purpose. In fact, I mean, what we want to have is have them be able to report back to us in a comprehensive way. What do we need to do to deliver this and get the maximum value uplift? And that could mean. I mean, I doubt it would be cash incentives, but it could be. But I think more importantly, it could be the kinds of incentives that will allow them to do certain things on the construction or building or density that aren't monetary but are structural. So I would much prefer that we just ask our staff to report back and give us an understanding within 2 months, let's say, of what those kinds of incentives might look like. That would make more sense to me.
Okay. I've got an amendment on the floor. I'm sorry.
For clarification,
Sure.
Ms. Deputy Mayor, the actual resolution does not include the word cash. It just says incentives. Cash was just a word that was used by one of the speakers, but the resolution does not include cash.
And that could have been my fault, sorry. Incentives. Okay, so the amendment's still on the floor, and I got Councillor Whitehead as the last speaker to the amendment.
Thank you. A bit concerning when I hear about expanding current programs. The CIP, for example, when I think it was primarily BIA areas, we stretched it a little bit on Kenworth and I think one other exception. I know that a number of us, Councillor Deval and I, have been trying to get it stretched out on Upper James, and staff has not been responsive to that at all, yet they're prepared to take a non-BIA area and expand the CIP program, is what I'm hearing. Again, this alienates a geographic area of our city. So could I ensure that we will now look at considering Upper James and expanding the CIP program there?
Okay, can we bring that, with all due respect, we're talking right now about the amendment that's in the staff report. We'll deal with something that's outside that staff report when it's all done, if you don't mind, and we'll bring it back, because the CIP is coming in the fall. You can give them that direction to put it in that report.
Madam Chair, in fairness, we're having a discussion about incentives. The answer and response from staff was that they could use and currently expand the CIP to address that issue. So I am now, because my big concern, and always has been, is that we have to treat the balance of this community fairly and equitably. If we're suggesting that we're going to expand the CIP in one corridor, without considering a major, probably the major corridor in the city being Upper James, it concerns me. So
Okay.
I want to hear from staff, what are we doing about that?
I understand that, but the amendment on the table right now is to not have any incentives in place at this time regarding the LRT. So that's what we're entertaining right now. You can come back to that conversation and put it as a separate motion. But right now, we're just talking about no incentives regarding 7.2. No new incentives. That's all we're talking about right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Please, thank you. So we're going back to this amendment that's on the table right now. Folks, we're almost home. We've got Councillor Ferguson with Councillor Connolly seconding it, and it's no new incentives at this time regarding 7.2. Additional, thank you. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's hear it one more time. We don't have it. Let's just zap it.
Through you, Madam Chairman,
Just
I can
trust
read you
us.
what we currently have. Let me just find it in this here. That at this time, staff be directed to not offer any new financial incentives along or near the LRT nodes and corridors.
At this time.
At this time.
At this time.
Staff be directed.
All right,
Yes,
so
at
that's
this
the
time.
amendment we have on the floor right now. I've exhausted my list of speakers. Exhausted.
Move this
I'm
along,
exhausted.
to move this along. I'll be supportive, but I reserve the right between now and ratification. I'm going to ask a lot of questions, and if I
Absolutely.
may change my mind, I hate to be the flip-flop
As always,
guy.
you're
I just
right.
wanted to get that on the record.
As always, you're right. And let's put it on the record probably for everybody. So all those in favor for amendment number 3, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Now, Mr. Mayor, you were the one that wanted to move 7.2. Councillor Farr wanted to second it. And so this is 7.2 as amended, please. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Thank you. 7.2 is finished. So I'll go back to, sorry?
Just on the representation from the mountain, really at this time, I'm not sure who the councillors are going to be, but I'd like to nominate Councillor Whitehead.
Okay, so one of the mountain representations would be either Ward 7 or Ward 8 on the LRT task force, correct? Okay, so that's just putting it out there. We haven't finalized who's going to be on
We
there,
don't know
right?
6, 7, or 8, but we're just saying Councillor Whitehead at this time.
I want to be on.
Well, all right. Well, hang on. Whoa. We just did 7.2. Are we going to do this as a separate? Okay, but we just passed the report, so let's go back to
No,
where
that's
we
why
were,
I said-
7.2, and we're now looking at the task force. So we've got 3 people who have just nominated themselves. We've got Councillor Duval, we've got Councillor Marula, and Councillor Farr.
No.
They're already
Madam
on
Chair?
it. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Sir.
I asked that out of the 2 councillors that was in the report, that Councillor Whitehead be one of those, and to
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Okay, so Councillor Whitehead be added to that list. Lloyd Ferguson, are you accepting that nomination? Thank you. She's voluntold you. Okay, so far we have 4, and excuse my ignorance, I just thought we had the 3. Now we've got expanded to 4. Already on it. And the mayor. Everyone all right with that? Sorry, Mr. Conley. Thank you, everyone. So all those in favor of that slate? Carried. Stephanie, you need a first mover and a seconder?
I do need a mover and a seconder. However, just for clarification, the mayor is already appointed through the terms of reference as ex officio.
Right.
So our councillors Aidan Johnson, Jason Farr, Matthew Green, and Sam Marula. So we are only
Correct.
going to be adding councillors Whitehead and Ferguson. Correct?
That's right. And it was moved by Councillor moved by Councillor Duval, seconded by Councillor Marula. All those in favor? Thank you. Are we done with 7.2 now? 7.2 as amended. Carried. Thank you. So, folks, we're on to 8.1. And is there any discussion respecting 8.1 as it written right now? So moved. So we have Councillor Partridge and Councillor Ferguson, all those in favor of receiving 8.1 and approving. Sorry. Just a minute, please, folks.
Can I ask
Just a
a
minute.
question, Madam
Councillor
Chair?
Duval would like to ask a question.
On point 2, why we're asking to part-time non-union salary schedule be increased by 25 cents, in accordance with the Employment Standards Act. Why are we passing the Employment Standards Act? It's mandatory, it has to be there. Why are we asking for the increase?
And I will go to the chairperson of this committee to respond, if you don't mind, or do you want me to go to staff?
No, well, the reason is, Councillor Duvall's right. It's the law. It's minimum wage has gone up, so we just are ratifying that.
So it's just rubber stamping.
I can ask Helen why she thought,
So I guess my question, what would happen if we turned it down?
you'd be in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. So we have to obey the law.
Okay, so do you want to do this separately? Item 1? Carried. Item 2? Carried. Item 3? Carried. Thank you. Now we go to 8.2, which was moved to item 12.3. So hang on a second. Now we're at 8.3. Are there any discussions? This is the capital projects closing report as of December 31st, 2014. Any discussion? Councillor Marula, seconded by the mayor. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 8.4, additional funding required for previously approved capital projects. Councillor Ferguson.
Hey, Madam Chair, and to Mike. Mike, I guess we understand the Red Hill, and we understand we had a reserve for that. The two that bother me are the Westmount Recreation Center and the Stony Creek Recreation Center. According to the staff report, the reason we had to get this much monies is because we lost the federal money because it was late. Is the lesson learned here, we got to be more careful on what is really shovel-ready?
For you, Madam Deputy Mayor, absolutely. So in fact, most recently, the applications as it relates to the Canada 150 intake process staff, that was one of the criteria staff considered as it relates to the projects, is the substantial completion date requirements of that program. So absolutely, in terms of a lesson learned, is the availability of projects that might already have design work completed, such that if there are future intake programs or grant programs, that we're in a position to meet all the criteria, including substantial completion.
Yeah, because $5 million is a lot of money to lose to the federal government because we didn't finish on time. And so we're going to have to be very prudent and very careful.
Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. That's okay. Thank you, okay. Councillor Ferguson. So you're just so unpopular.
There's nothing to do about it. The money's been paid, but it's unfortunate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Well, Madam Chair, just Deputy Mayor, sorry. Just wanted to elaborate, though, also about the Stony Creek recreation facility. I think it was delayed because of archaeological issues that had to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 8.2. I need a mover and a seconder, please, to approve. Councillor Pearson. 8.4, excuse me, my apologies. 8.4, Councillor Pearson. We did 8.3, that was the capital project closing. 8.4, so I need a mover and a seconder, please, for 8.4. Councillor Conley, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. Now we're on to 8.5. Project Manager for Animal Services Citywide. I get so flustered when he talks. Thank you. Councillor Marula, the Mayor, all those in favor? Thank you. 8.6, let me flip. Policy 11 for Stage 4 Archaeology at Dunder National Historical Site. This is in Ward 1. Moved. Aidan moves it. Thank you. Being in that ward, thank you. Aidan Johnson, and seconded by the Mayor. All those in favor? Carried. 8.7, Advisory Committee for Persons. Just for the record, folks, Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities report, July 14, 2014. We need any discussion? None. I need somebody to move it, please. Councillor Marula, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 8.8, Business Improvement Area Advisory Committee. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Partridge, and seconded by the Mayor. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 8.9, Hamilton celebrates Canada 150th Hamilton Sesquicentennial. I could never do that in a million years. Thank you. So my language coach here is going to move it, Mr. Mayor, and seconded by Councillor Farr. All those in favor? Thank you. 8.10, Site Enhancement Erase Redevelopment Grant Application for 70 Barton Street in Waterdown. I'll turn to Councillor Partridge. Councillor Partridge is moving it, seconded by Councillor Jackson. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Capital Projects in Works Progress Subcommittee Minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Thank you. Councillor Conley, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Thank you. Open for business. 8.20. you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor, I'm sorry, can you please get your microphone on? Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, it's the revised minutes that have been incorporated today.
Oh, sorry, because mine are already here. So Councillor Pearson, moved by seconded by Councillor Partridge for the revised minutes. At 8.12, all those in favor? Thank you. 8.13, Councillors' remuneration continuation of 1/3 tax allowance, referred by the Non-Union Compensation Subcommittee on August the 6th. So moved. Hang on a second. Get everybody up to date here. And Stephanie. When you put your hand on that microphone, I stop. What do you need? Nothing?
I just wanted Councillor Pearson to find it.
Okay, thank you. What have we got, folks? Help me. Move it? Okay. Okay, wait a second. So Pearson and Marula, and any discussion on 8.13? Councillor Ferguson.
Madam Chairman, I have trouble with this because it requires, it's a $434,000 pressure on the 2016 budget. We're already got to pick up the enhancements that were built in the 2015 for new staff, for paramedics, and for HSR, and this stacks on top of that. And I hear an argument, it's all about transparency, and I know that our finance department reports annually all the expenses of every member of council. It talks about the report talks about what our remuneration is and how 1/3 is tax-free, and it also gives a grossed-up number. So we're very transparent about this. And the other part I have trouble with, our comparators, City of Brantford, City of Brampton, City of Guelph, City of London, Regional Municipality of Niagara, and the City of Windsor. These are people that we compare to, still offer the 1/3 tax-free. I think I know I sometimes get criticized about accountability, but our finance department, as I say, annually reports all this. So we're very transparent about it. And we constantly hear complaints around this table about the province and the federal government downloading onto the City of Hamilton. Here we're going to send them another $434,000. And so my financial conscience will not let me support that because I don't think we can afford an additional $434,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Conley.
Thank you. Through the mayor. Through the deputy mayor.
Can you speak into the mic as well?
Yes,
I don't know what
I will.
it is with this side, folks. Sorry.
I don't know. It's the suburbs.
I'm sorry?
It's the suburbs. That's what's
That
wrong.
must be it. Speak into the mic. Make yourself heard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just don't, I don't understand why we want to do this in that we're putting $434,000 onto the taxpayers. They're not paying it now. It's a new levy that would go on to the taxpayers if we approve this. Why would we approve something that's going to cost almost $500,000 to the taxpayers? We've been criticized for approving $65,000 for an appeal. We've got there's many things that we've approved a lot less than this, and we've been criticized for. But to put $440,000 or that amount to the taxpayers, and everybody's for it. Now, personally, I don't care which way it goes. Personally, if you want to put the 100% on me, put it on me. I'll pay the taxes. There'll probably be some benefits. I hear you can, if you have a room for your office at home, you can claim it. You can claim your car. You can claim part of your mortgage. You can claim part of your utilities. I don't know what else you can claim, but you can claim a lot of things. Maybe it's worthwhile to do it that way. I don't know.
Not if you haven't.
But I don't. Everybody's shaking their head. Am I saying something wrong, Madam Mayor?
No, and you know what? I think we need to refer to an accountant in this room to clarify. So we'll just continue on.
Okay, and we can. I'm sure Mike can clarify that.
Sure.
So it just puzzles me why the emphasis is to get this transparency. We're 100% transparent now. 100%. So how much more transparent can we be? I think the only advantage to probably councillors around the table is their OHIP would go up and they'd make more money when they retire, including me, I guess. But I'm not OHIP. Omers.
No, it's okay. I heard. That's why I'm doing this.
I know, but I didn't know how this is
No, it's working
It's
fine.
okay?
Yeah, you're fine now. Jeez, you're getting giddy. It's only 10 after 2.
Anyways, OMERS will go up, and it would benefit some councillors. I don't think it would benefit me. I'd have to be 100 years old to claim it, but other than that. So, so anyways, I was going to support the 100%, but I just can't see a reason why we can justify telling the public we're going to put $434,000 more onto your tax bill, collectively, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clearly, if you look at this particular situation, you have to start from the beginning.
Right.
The reason, the intended purpose of this one-third tax-free portion was at a time, and given at a time, when councillors were part-time, when councillors did not have expense accounts as we do today. It was really the old boys club, and it was an entitlement. And I know some people believe that they're entitled to their entitlements, but I don't think we're any more special than the average person in this community. I think I'm prepared to pay 100% of my taxes. I understand that we do have mileage that we get paid now. At a time when this was proposed, you didn't. You also didn't have receipts that you would spend for food and beverages and so on. So, in essence, it's redundant because the purpose and the intent of this was solely to compensate the councillor because he didn't have or she didn't have any other access to being reimbursed. We all know that's not the case now. Also, the present system is really a phantom number. Circumventing the sunshine legislation, and it'll keep us down below that 100,000 perpetually, basically. I'm not sure if we're ever going to get there based on this one-third tax-free. So, open and transparency and eliminate this phantom number, just to tell people exactly what we're paid rather than this phantom number doesn't represent the reality of the issue. I understand the cost, but there is a cost to openness and transparency, and that cost is something that I think most people would be objected to, because I personally don't believe I'm above the law or the tax law for that matter. And I know some people believe they're entitled to entitlement, but I believe I want to be just like my neighbor and pay 100% taxes accordingly. That's why I feel so strongly about this.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And, you know, I was on one of the original review committees back in the early 2000s when we looked at this compensation package. And at that time, it was going to mean a difference of, I think, $225,000 that would have been added to the tax levy. Now we're looking at $435,000. But there is some, you know, I'm hearing confusion from my residents. So my question through you to Mike. Mike, could you please explain why is there an increase of $434,000 and change? And what is that money going to, please? Just for the residents to have some clarity around it.
Thank you. Mike Segarra.
For you, Madam Deputy Mayor, in fact, it's reported clearly on page 2. So just in case any listeners want to follow up this statement in terms of referring to the report. So page 2 of 6, first paragraph, reads, to provide a fully taxable remuneration while maintaining the same net pay, and I repeat, the same net pay, will require an increase in the current remuneration of members of council, resulting annual cost of $434,245. So again, the impact to the levy is representative of the additional taxes paid to the senior levels of government while maintaining the same net pay for members of council.
Thank you, Mike. That's perfect, because what I have heard, not just from residents in my ward, but across the city, I've had a couple of comments about why are we giving $500,000 more to the councillors and to the mayor, and that's not what is happening. The money is going towards the taxes that will be paid, and there will also be money to increase so that we have the same take-home pay that we have right now. So we are not getting a raise. We are not getting any additional money. In fact, the extra money is going to pay for taxes, which is going to other levels of government. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor?
But I also do hear what Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Connolly are saying, and again, I'm hearing we can't afford the $500,000. We've got infrastructure. I've got roads and sidewalks, and I know everybody does across the city. All the councillors do, and that are not getting fixed, that are not getting repaired, and just infrastructure that's not getting built. Period, or delayed. So. Putting that extra $500,000 on is going to go directly to our taxpayers. It is going to go to the levy. But, and again, I agree with Councillor Connolly. I personally don't care one way or the other. It's not going to make any difference whatsoever on my bottom line. I do hear the argument and the rationale about being transparent. But I also believe that we are transparent. Our expenses are posted online. Annually. I think it would be better if we could post them on a regular basis instead of waiting until the end of the year. But it's that extra almost $500,000 is going to be a hit on top of. Now we have LRT, but we also have our capital budgets, which we're going to be going into in the fall. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, we've made significant investments in this around this horseshoe, and the same people that are maybe raising issues supported investments in for things like the Integrity Commissioner, which is about openness and transparency. Investment in the lobby registrar, which is a cost, which is about open and transparency. So yes, there is a cost. You're looking at having something more open and transparent. When you're looking at Canadians, 99.9% of Canadians across this country, they receive an income, no tax-free component, and they pay taxes on it. They expect no less than their councillors. That's why I support what's here before us today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, if you could please go and take the chair for me. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mike Stigeric. If this passes tomorrow, can we just put this out on the table, that all the paychecks stay exactly the same way they did a month ago?
Mike?
Correct?
So through the chair, through the mayor, if this were to be approved by council later this week, this would come into effect January of 2016.
Okay.
But in terms of the net pay to the councillors, again, the councillors' net pay would be unchanged.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to put that out there because that doesn't create a conflict for us. In my opinion, this is not a conflict because it doesn't make any difference in January or today what decision we make right now. So, Mike, first of all, you have my permission to put my paycheck on the website if you'd like, because if it comes down to transparency, my paycheck is transparent. So I don't have an issue with that as well. So it doesn't make any difference to me whether I have 2/3 that the city is paying the taxes on, or if I pay the full 100%. So I guess where my dilemma comes in here is when I think transparency was cited, and we're looking at $434,245 at the taxpayer's cost for them to make it so that we all pay the same taxes and it goes to upper levels. Not we, the city. So if we were to save $434,245 today, we'd be dancing on the rooftops and screaming from everywhere to say, look what we've done today. We've saved ourselves $434,245. We can't do that if we pass that today. We're actually asking the taxpayers to fess up another almost $500,000 to do this. So, Mike, put my pay on the website, so that eliminates transparency for me. $434,245. That's our savings. Let's put that in the newspaper. And I don't feel special. I just feel like we're going to either pay our taxes now, and if the rebate we got today would be a lot more in April, then I just feel that this is not something that we should be, especially now. We keep hearing the intended purpose was so that it would help save money. Well, I don't believe we're flush. So if we're flush, then hallelujah, but we're not flush. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. I'll take the chair back. I can't support this.
Okay, I see no further speakers other than Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Excuse me, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to I have to react to some of the comments that were made. Good debate. First of all, the side about the 30% was expenses. That's been out for decades. While I've been on council, we've had 3 consultants come in and give us advice our remuneration should be, and they always have taken it up to do comparators to those who don't take it. Most of our comparators, as I read out, still keep the 130. It talks about avoiding being on the sunshine list. Well, it takes effect. You go to $90,000. You're not in the sunshine list and won't be for this term. So it's not trying to avoid the sunshine list is what we should do. Councillor Connolly pointed out, this is all about enhanced pensions because now that 1/3 is pensionable income, which I understand that for long-serving members of council, that's a pretty. I get that, and it's hard to bring this one up because it does affect us all personally when that pensionable income goes up. That's what this thing is all about, in the interest of being transparent. And but the main reason why I'm not supporting this is not because of enhanced pensions, is because I just don't like spending the.
Thank you, and that exhausts my list of speakers. All those in favor of 8.13, do you want to do a standing recorded vote? Thank you. All those in favor of 8.13, please stand. Oh, sorry, Councillor Aidan Johnson, Councillor Farr, Councillor Marula, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Duval, Councillor Councillor Whitehead, the Mayor, and Councillor Pearson. All those opposed? Councillor Conley, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Johnson. Brenda. Thank you, and Madam Clerk. It carries. Thank you. So now we're on to 9.1, reopening of the partial street closure at Bay and Burlington Streets. Councillor Farr,
This is moved
you
by
would like to introduce your motion.
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Marula. This is the reopening of a partial street closure. Bay and Burlington Streets, whereas the North End Transportation Master Plan is a 5-year pilot plan that provides for traffic calming measures that include, but are not limited to, diverting traffic to the arterials, James and Burlington, and slowing traffic on all the residentials. Whereas the pilot plan provides for adjustments as a means to address unintended issues that various implementations may cause. Whereas the partial closure at Bay and Burlington has proven to be a challenge for a growing number of residents and the North End. And the Progressive North End Residents Association, or PNERA, has a 175 name petition to remove this element of the plan. And whereas wayfinding indicators at the corner of Bay and Barton would respect the intent of redirecting cars from the residential Bay Street to the arterial James, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to reopen the partial street closure at Bay and Burlington Streets and to implement the wayfinding indicators at Bay and Barton Streets in conjunction with the reopening of Bay and Burlington Streets. Very briefly.
Excuse me, who seconded this? Just to be. Thank you.
Whereas where we talk about addressing unintended issues. This isn't the first time we've addressed unintended issues in this 5-year pilot, which is near its halfway point now. We've reduced some of those knockdown sticks in some areas, particularly on Bay. We have saved some parking on the east side with the east-west residential streets by not implementing mid-block bump outs and instead putting speed humps. We changed some times on some westerly turns on the east side. So we've done some tweaks along the way. This is that, and the motion speaks to not just reopening this particular part of one intersection part of a whole neighborhood traffic plan, but at the same time it also talks to, Madam Chair, we implement the Bay Barton Streets signage that appreciates the integrity and the intent in this particular area to divert that Bay traffic to James, just doing it differently because the partial closure currently that this gets rid of
it's caused some consternation. And I should note that the petition received, it's the names I have are about 140, 145, not 175. So maybe I'll just amend that to be safe. My understanding is there's other names that came forward after that was submitted, but let's just amend, if I may, seconded by Councillor Marula, the 175 and the whereas on the petition to, let's safely say 140, if I can. Just
140 from 175?
Yes.
Okay.
To be safe.
How about 140 plus? So
yeah,
you can
140
give or
plus.
take.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And, if I could do that just now.
Yep, and so that's an amendment. So right now it's a 140 name petition to remove this element of the plan.
140 plus name petition.
140 plus name, thank you. So moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Marula.
Right. And so as amended, I would appreciate the support, and if you can consider the large chunk of names in the petition of the numbers we do have, the 140 plus, are neighbors from adjacent streets that have been directly affected. It's a whack-a-mole whenever we do some intersection work. So the Woods and the McCulleys and the McNabs have been greatly affected. However, it's been a little quieter for the 7 or 8 homes along Guys due to the partial closure. So thank you very much to my
All
seconder.
those in favor?
Carried.
Any opposed? Thank you. 9.2, Councillor Farr. It's the ownership of the strip of land between Patrick and Walnut Street in Hamilton.
And it's before you, and I'll only focus, and this is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Scott Duvall, that this is a piece that, you look at the second whereas, we've done some extensive searches and located no heir or beneficiary of the registered owner on this little sliver of land we're dealing with here, this strip of land. It goes as far back as 1882. So it's just to provide legal staff direction to initiate proceedings to have the strip of land between Patrick Street and Walnut Street identified on the maps attached here to vested to the City of Hamilton, and it makes it easier for our public works group.
Thank you. So Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Duvall. All those in favor of 9.2? Thank you. 9.3 is mine. So Councillor Johnson, I think if you can take the chair for me, please. This is 9.3, and this is the extension of the free shuttle service for special events, Super Crawl. So I'm just going to put, therefore, it be resolved that a free shuttle service be extended by 1 day to Saturday, September the 12th, 2015, and that the routing for this free shuttle service be altered to accommodate both the Super Crawl 2015 and Lock Street Festival events, with the routing to exclude the waterfront portion. Councillor Farr.
Madam Chair.
No, you're right beside you.
Oh, I just want to commend the mover of the motion on what a terrific idea this is.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Action.
Zipped it up in my sleep. All those in favor? Thank you. So that's 9.3. We're into 10.1, notices of motion. Councillor Johnson, notice of motion 10.1. I have the new version, folks. It's the yellow one on your blotter. It was not the one that was included in the stapled paper.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I'm going to be moving a motion to waive the rule so that we can vote on this motion after I've talked about it and after we've discussed any concerns. And the reason I'm going to be,
we need to do that first.
Yeah, thank you very much for that procedural point.
Thank you. So Councillor Aidan Johnson, seconded by Councillor Farr, to waive the rules that this notice of motion become a motion 10.1. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. And the reason that I've proposed a waiver of the rules, and I thank you for supporting that idea, is due to the time sensitivity of this particular idea. And we're going to be proposing a slight modification to the motion that Councillor Pasuta has suggested. The motion is about the review process for the Conservation Authorities Act in Ontario. The Conservation Authorities in Ontario, as many of you know, are administered by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, MNRF. And the last time that we had a full review of province-wide policy and legislation for the conservation authorities, I'm told, was some 30 years ago. And since then, there have been many twists and turns in ecology and in administration in the province of Ontario. This is an opportunity to take a fresh look at the global picture, the macro picture of conservation policy in the province. and the Premier and the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry and his parliamentary assistant, Eleanor McMahon, MPP for Burlington, have invited all stakeholders, all citizens, to give their input on how we can best improve conservation in the province and introduce best practices for conservation. I have had the opportunity to have some great conversations about possibilities going forward to improve conservation policy in the province. This council has had a very important and tricky conversation this year about our relationship with the Niagara Conservation Authority. Our financial obligations to the conservation authorities, including Niagara, needs to be one component of whatever this council says to the MNRF in this review process. We also, I think, have an important role to play in advocating for best practices in ecology for the provincial conservation authorities, and that is the primary focus of this motion. What the motion essentially says is that our staff here in the city will be working with the HCA staff, the Hamilton Conservation Authority staff, to prepare a joint submission to the MNRF to be submitted before the deadline of October 19th, which is the deadline by which all submissions must be received. And we're going to put forward joint concerns, joint ideas about best practices in administration and in finance and in ecology. The piece that I have some sort of value at or some expertise around is the ecological piece. And I've had the opportunity to consult with several scientists about some science-based policies that should be discussed, not necessarily implemented for sure, but talked about and reviewed by the MNRF and the stakeholders as part of the conservation review process. And those are detailed in this particular motion. So the motion proposes that in addition to the administrative and financial logistical ideas that have to go forward in our submission, we also include these suggestions about ecology. What they really boil down to is this. In Ontario, we have a problem with inbreeding among our rare native plant populations in the conservation authorities. We're not doing enough to migrate seed and share seed in a biodiverse way amongst the conservation authorities. The result is that our rare native plants populations are weakened. They are inbred with all the negative connotations of inbreeding. So what we're essentially asking the MNRF to do is take a look at the problem of inbreeding and consider the best science-based solutions to make our conservation authorities more effective servants of ecology. That's the real gist of the motion when you drill down into it. Councillor Pasuta is chair of the Conservation Authority, and I'm so grateful for his support. I apologize to all of you that this is kind of rushed. It's only rushed because we need to get the wheels turning now in order to have a really good comprehensive submission prepared before the October 19th deadline. Councillor Pasuta's suggestion was that we also partner with the other regional conservation authorities. And I'll let him state that idea when I'm done talking, which is coming up very soon. So that is the gist of what's before us. And I'm pleased to answer any questions or concerns that people might have. Thank you very, very much.
Are there any discussion on... Yes, thank you. Sorry. All right. Whoa. Hang on. Councillor Partridge. And then Councillor Pasuta, you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And and I appreciate Councillor Aidan Johnson bringing this forward. My concern was the fact that it expressly says the Hamilton Conservation Authority, and we have 4 conservation authorities that we interact with that cover off many areas of our city. And I think it is prudent, in fact, Halton Conservation is one of the largest. And so is Niagara. We have Grand River, and as well we have Hamilton Conservation. But my question through you, Deputy Mayor, to staff, and I'm thinking this might be Jason that could answer this. If the MNRF they're doing their review, have they not already been asking the city for some feedback and comments, and were we not already preparing some sort of response?
For you, Deputy Mayor, yes, they have notified the city that they are accepting comments, and through our through Quab and GR, we've been coordinating across departments to be able to funnel comments in to MNR through that.
All right, thank you. And my next question is through you, Madam Chair. Have you been working with the conservation authorities that, like all of them, across a broader range, as well as the RBG?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't know the extent to which the staff's had conversations yet with the conservation authorities to coordinate commenting.
Okay, thank you. And so knowing that we're not sure about that, I like this motion that has been brought forward because it does specifically ask to get everyone together and to get the feedback so that it goes in as one response through the City of Hamilton. So I'm very pleased to support this, but I would like to add in, as I understand Councillor Pasuta has, that wherever, where it says, and I'm hoping this is a friendly amendment, that where it says Hamilton Conservation Area throughout this motion, that it be replaced with the Halton Conservation Area, the Hamilton Conservation Authority, I should say Halton Conservation Authority, the Grand River, as well as the Niagara Escarpment, the Niagara Conservation Board. Thank you.
Conservation Authority.
Yes, that it refer to all of those as well as the RBG, because I think the Royal Botanical Gardens is an important one to capture into that statement, not just one of the whereas statements, but that it be more fulsome and include all of those partners. And my last question, knowing that I've asked for that friendly amendment, which I'm hoping that Councillor is all right with, through you to staff, does that, I mean, I see that as kind of a natural way of gathering information to submit to the MNRF.
Mayor, yes, that's fine with staff. That we would probably do that. Do a little coordinate comments, anyways.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pasuta.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Johnson. So Councillor Parker stole my thunder, so I'll just speak quietly and say a few words here. So under the therefore, and as Councillor Johnson said he's okay with this, that the city staff communicate with Hamilton Conservation Authority, so it'll be all four conservation authorities.
And RBG.
And the RBG.
Right.
And I can tell you that we have done very little that I know of at the Hamilton Authority, and I was over at the Haltons 2 weeks ago, and they had done very little with this right now. They were gearing up to make some submissions towards that for the October 19th deadline, so I think we can pull ourselves together and have discussions on that. So, thank you.
Thank you. So it's moved by Councillor Johnson. I'm sorry, Councillor Johnson. Who's your seconder?
Councillor Pasuta.
And so you've heard a friendly amendment. Are you okay with the friendly amendment?
I am indeed, and I apologize for not including the other conservation authorities in the motion. I'm a bit over-focused on HCA these days, is the explanation. Just some further information. I'm pleased to report I've had some very positive conversations with Chris Firth-Eagland, director of our HCA, and he's keen to get going on the conversations to prepare a joint submission. I also spoke today with Paul General, who's Director of Natural Resources on the Six Nations Reserve within Grand River. Six Nations is not a conservation authority, but it's one of the most biodiverse conservation sites in the province. And the content of this motion was actually edited over the weekend with feedback from Mr. General. The Six Nations is preparing their own commentary to MNRF regarding best practices in conservation. So that feedback is reflected here also. I've also been in touch with Mark Runciman and the ecological staff at RBG. Today, RBG, at its general managers meeting, is discussing what to do about the Conservation Authorities Act. As all of you know, RBG is not legally a conservation authority, but of course they have a stake. And those conversations, I'm pleased to report, have started. I think it would be great to formalize it and advance it in the way that Councillors Partridge and Pasuta have proposed. And I thank you all. So let's move on to voting.
Thank you. So again, my question was, you moved, we already knew who moved and seconded the notice of motion to waive the rules. Who is your seconder now on the 810.1?
Councillor Pasuta.
Councillor Pasuta, thank you very much. Or Stephanie Johnson. All those in favor of 10.1?
As amended.
As amended, thank you.
Thank you.
10.2 is originally for Councillor Collins, but I believe Councillor Marula is going to carry the ball on this one.
Thank you,
He's got to waive the rules
So
first.
I have a notice of motion which is before me on behalf of Councillor Collins, who had a family obligation today, an emergency. So as a result, that's before us. And now I'd like to move that we waive the rules, and that's seconded by Councillor Jackson.
Okay, all those in favor of waiving the rules? Thank you. Anyone opposed? Thank you. Go ahead.
The waiver on the actual motion itself, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jackson.
Yep. 10.2 in front of you. All those in favor?
Wonderful.
Carried. 11.1. No, is general information and other business. May I please have a motion to amend the outstanding business list as shown in item 11.1A and for staff reports addressed in today's agenda? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Farr, all those in favor? Thank you. 11.1, okay, we've got it all here. 11.2, correspondence from Mr. Herman Turkstra respecting item 9.1, Councillor Farr's motion regarding the reopening of the partial street closure at Bay and Burlington Streets. May I have a motion to receive that item? We're still going in camera, so don't go far. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Ferguson, all those in favor? Thank you. Closed, private, and confidential closed session minutes. Do we need to go in camera for 12.1? No. Can I have a mover and a seconder? The Mayor and Councillor Vanderbeek, all those in favor? Thank you. Now we're going to, we have a motion to move into closed camera for 12.2 and 12.3. I need a motion to move into closed session respecting item 12.2, respecting report PED 15117, the disposition of surplus city facility, and item 12.3, specifically item 2 of the non-union compensation subcommittee report 15-002, respecting report HUR 15007, non-union management and exempt group compensation pursuant to section 8.1, subsection C and D of the city procedural bylaw 14-300 and section 239, section 2, subsection C and D of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject pertains to labor relations or employee negotiations and a proposed or pending acquisition of disposition of city land for city purposes. I need a motion, please. Councillor Vanderbeek and Councillor, wait a minute, just get the motion first. Councillor Whitehead, any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, can I suggest that we take a 10-minute recess?
Well, we can after we go in camera.
Well, actually, before we go in camera, because that's the transition period. But because, well, I don't know, Councillor Pearson, but there's a litany of calls I have to respond to, or at least give direction on, and I haven't had a chance to go and meet with my staff, so I'm asking for a 10-minute recess, environmental recess or otherwise.
Okay, we need to do this as a committee. What is the committee's wishes, please? Do you want to take a 10-minute recess or continue on? I need to hear some votes, please. Who wants to take a 10-minute recess? Who wants to continue on? Show of hands, please. Continuing on, no breaks. Thank you. So sorry, it's the wish of the committee is to continue on. Could I now ask the public and any staff who are not required to be in the closed session meeting, please exit the chamber.